Good evening. Welcome to the Berkeley Heights Board of Education regular meeting and tentative budget adoption for March 18th, 2024. As of 6:05, we do not have a quorum of board members yet, so we are waiting for another board member or two to arrive. So we are just going to turn off the mics and wait for a quorum to appear. Thank you. Call to order. Call.
6:08.
Mic's on, Jeremy. Okay. Call to order. I don't think so. Call to order. There we go. Thank you. Okay. Call to order at 6:10, the Berkeley Heights Board of Education regular meeting and tentative budget adoption agenda for March 18th, 2024. May I have a roll call, please?
Ms. Akiri?
About was the email sent 48 hours in advance?
I sent it out on Friday. I addressed that early this afternoon with Mrs. Connor, who sent that email earlier.
Can I just get a timestamp on when it was sent? It was 48 hours in advance to this.
It was sent Friday at 1 o'clock or 12 o'clock, somewhere in between that time. I don't have the exact time off my head.
Okay, thank you. So here,
Present?
Yeah.
Ms. Bradford?
Present.
Dr. Forger?
Present.
Mr. Hyman?
Here.
Ms. Jolly?
here,
Mrs. Connor?
present.
Ms. Penna?
Yeah.
Ms. Stanley?
Meeting notice statement. Adequate notice of this meeting of the Berkeley Heights Board of Education was given as required by the Open Public Meetings Act as follows. On March 15th, 2024, notice of the Board of Education meeting schedule was sent to the Star Ledger and the Courier News and also provided to all school, PTO presidents, BHE president, and posted in the administration building. A copy was also provided to the public library and filed with the municipal court. Could we rise for the flag salute, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Adjourn to executive session. Whereas the Berkeley Heights Board of Education seeks to adjourn to executive session in full compliance with the Open Public Meeting Act, New Jersey SA 1046. Whereas the Open Public Meeting Act provides that a public body may exclude the public from that portion of the meeting at which it discusses matters related to those identified below. Matters rendered confidential by federal law, state law, or court rule, individual privacy, collective bargaining agreements, purchase or lease of real property, if public interest could adversely be affected, investment of public funds if public interest could be adversely affected, tactics or techniques utilized in protecting public safety and property, pending or anticipated litigation, attorney-client privilege, personnel, employment matters affecting specific prospective or current employees. Be it resolved that the Berkeley Heights Board of Education adjourns to executive session to discuss matters related to personnel, students, legal, and contract negotiations, and be it further resolved that the minutes of the discussion of any of these items will be disclosed to the public when matters have been determined and confidentiality is no longer applicable. Do I have a motion to enter into executive session?
Second.
All right, we are going to move now to executive session. Oh, sorry, voice vote, sorry. All in favor? Yes. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Okay. All right, it passes. We're moving to executive session. We are back in session. Thank you all for your patience as we had a extra long executive session today. We apologize. So we're going to be starting with our agenda.
Oh, we need a first and a second to
Oh, sorry.
reconvene.
Yes, we need a first and a second to return.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Thank you. The report of our student representatives, and we understand that Jake is a little under the weather. So Olivia, thank you so much for doing double duty tonight.
Of course. Okay, so I'm going to read Jake's report first. Hello, everyone. This past Thursday, the spring sports season kicked into full swing as our student athletes look to add an already impressive and successful Governor Livingston sports year. The final winter sports team to finish their season was the hockey team, as they lost a close 4-3 game against Morris Knowles in the state final at the Prudential Center. The team put together another successful season, winning their third straight state sectional title and getting back to the Prudential Center for the third time. The Governor Livingston Hockey Athlete of the Season is senior Jackson Benward. Coach Jensen said, "Benward was a great leader all year. He played in all situations and we could count on him to score a big goal. He also got his 100th career point in the last game of the season after having a career high in points this season." All right. Good evening. This March, many clubs and organizations at GL have been celebrating St. Patrick's Day. On Friday, the ASL Club held a party during lunch to celebrate the holiday. On Saturday, March 16th, the Governor Livingston Marching Band had the honor of playing in the New York City St. Patrick's Day Parade and was featured on national television of the event. Last week, members of the Future Business Leaders of America traveled to Atlantic City to compete in a statewide competition. 5 GL students placed in the top 10 in all of New Jersey for their events. Additionally, this past week, juniors completed their NJGPA state testing, as it is one of the pathways to fulfill graduation requirements. After each day of testing, the PTO generously provided snacks and water for the students and proctors. On Thursday, March 21st through Saturday, March 23rd, the GL Hilltop players are proud to present their spring musical, The Hello Girls. Tickets are on sale online or outside the cafeteria during lunch for students. There will be evening performances Thursday through Saturday, with a matinee performance on Saturday as well. As the district nears spring break, students are anticipating the start of the 4th and final marking period on March 28th. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you, Olivia. You can leave when you'd like. Okay. Thank you so much for our students who are excelling in athletics and our students excelling in theater and in academics. We are so proud of all the teams that we have, and we appreciate everything that they do, the extra time, and thank you to the parents who also put in the time to support the students in their athletics and the theater and their academics. Okay. Report of the superintendent, which would be Dr. Giordano. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Real quick, I just want to let the community know the next BOE agenda in April. Our give back days for not having snow days will be Friday, May 24th and Tuesday, May 28th. And a revised calendar will be on the agenda for the board to approve that. And once that board approves that, we will send that out to parents, a notification that's been updated. So I just want to make everyone aware of that.
Thank you. You will notice something different on the agenda. On the agenda, the very first thing that we have are our board goals. And the board goals will be at the agenda for each meeting. And in looking at our board goals, we're going to report to the community what we have done to accomplish those. We have 2 accomplishments in our board goals. Our first accomplishment was the training that we had with the ethics training when Mrs. Reese came in at our last meeting. So that was our first one. The second board goal that we're going to be debuting tonight and for our minutes is that the committee chairs will be giving their reports in public for everyone to hear. And then those minutes will then be going right into the agenda so that you can see what has happened in the committee minutes. And the possibility of being posted on the website has been discussed, and we will let you know about that. So I'm going to start with committee and liaison minutes. But first, I'd just like to say that our thoughts and prayers are with the family in our community that was affected by a tragic accident last week. And our thoughts and prayers are with that family. My first report is as Union County Educational Services Commission. Mrs. Khanna was unable to attend, so I attended as an alternate. The USECS presented and discussed their tentative budget for their 5 schools and the Work Readiness Academy. Their budget is entirely revenue-driven. They do not receive any funding from taxes. So we have that budget that we had to look at. The Berkeley Heights Education Foundation met on Tuesday, March 12th. The members discussed financial and committee updates, including grants and student wishes. They now have 2 high school student representatives who have joined the foundation. The BHEF is supporting literary lunches in our district. And this is exciting. The BHEF has purchased 2,000 pairs of Eclipse paper glasses for K-8 students to use on Monday, April 8th during the solar eclipse. They will be passed out. The foundation is also approaching its 30th anniversary, and a celebration is being planned. The Veterans Affairs Committee liaison, the first meeting was the week of March 11th, and the one goal of the committee will be to connect the district students with local veterans. The town council met on Tuesday, March 5th. The mayor has established a wellness committee with the purpose of promoting health, wellness of our community, working to implement a comprehensive program of outreach, education, and technical assistance to promote health and wellness for Berkeley Heights. The Kimberly Ann Wilson Foundation for Mental Health is a member and a sponsor and reached out to share information with the BOE. The town council had a special budget presentation workshop on March 11th. The PTO curriculum, the administration shared and discussed the curriculum agenda with the PTO liaisons from each of the schools. There are no other updates for committees from me. Do we have any other committee updates? Yes. Mrs. Khanna, would you like to go? Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. I will provide the update from the Finance Committee. We had, I want to say, 3 meetings since we last met here. The first meeting was really focused on a lot of the district updates as it relates to the facilities. We had our first meeting on the 4th of March. We had the second meeting focused squarely on the budget on the 11th of March, and we had another focused meeting on 15th to talk about the impact of the transportation on the budget. So in the meeting on the 4th of March was focused on getting an update on the roofing projects, some of the resolution recommendations that are on the agenda today. So AJ, unless you want me to hold off on some of those facilities, I will just do a quick update. So we talked about the roofing projects. Currently, they are delayed most likely till the summer of 2025, unless the school development agency paperwork is expedited. It's not for lack from the district side. It's a holdup for the agency to actually get the paperwork done in time. We will have to assess what that does to any kind of potential conversations that we're having on solar panels. So TBD on that. There are 3 resolutions on the agenda today that were discussed. One of them is the Wakefern agreement to support the culinary art class requirements that we have in our school. The second recommendation is around utilities audit firm, and they will look for savings that we would essentially pay them with. So if they don't find savings, then we don't have to pay them anything. The third one is to implement a software module that will manage the timesheets on top of the existing system that we have. And the goal here is to drive efficiency in the way our staff does work, so eliminate as much manual work and dependency as possible. There was a conversation on the architect RFPs. Now, the last time the board had that conversation was December 2023. There is a summary of the discussions from the December meeting that will be circulated to all board members. We talked briefly about the attorney RFP that was initiated back in October. Since the committee can't really make a decision, we are going to talk more about that later today. We touched upon the budget process in the 4th March meeting at a high level. And then I'll jump to actually minutes from the 11th March meeting, where we discussed the key assumptions that we have in the budget and the tentative budget right now regarding the tax levy increase, how the budget is essentially based on estimates for a lot of parameters, including health benefits, the utilities, and so on. And we'll have a longer conversation when we go through the budget today. There's some decrease in the state aid. One of the big assumptions that we have in the budget right now is the state of the transportation. And we have a couple of discussion items today that we will go through. And the impact of that will have to be factored into the final budget that is due for adoption on the 7th of May. We talked about the basis for the budget, the majority of that being staff and salaries. So we'll have more of that through the budget presentation today. The third meeting that we had was really focused on transportation and the impact of transportation. I will say the impact of the transportation policy. So our focus in the Finance Committee was really to look at the impact from a budgetary standpoint, because we did not want to debate necessarily the merits or the demerits of the policy itself. The short update on the transportation is that we explored two scenarios. What happens to the budget in the presence of a policy, which is what you will hear through the tentative budget today. The alternative scenario, in the absence of a policy, we discussed a number of points as it relates to the bus routes and what it will mean. The bottom line is there is additional work required in the scenario that we do not have a hazardous policy, to be specific, that will lead to, some changes in our tentative budget.
Thank you. Mr. Hyman, any updates?
I'll just note I chair athletics, technology, and strategic planning. Those three have not yet met. Have worked with Ann to get dates for athletics. It'll be in April. Winter season was busy, so that will happen. I'll get with Jeremy as well. Technology would probably happen just after spring break. Strategic planning, I would guess a little bit further beyond that. One of the questions I have there is, obviously we had NJSBA in to present. Part of the conversation there would include a strategic plan element to that. So that's less urgent because of the timing of our strategic plan.
Thank you. Mrs. Jolly, any updates?
No updates.
Okay. Mrs. Akiri, any updates?
Hi, as part of the strategic planning, I requested the business administrator for a facilities tour. But in lieu of what's a priority for us, which is the budget, I think I'm going to have a follow-up conversation with him about scheduling a facilities tour of all our buildings, mainly to understand our capital projects, what do we want to do, what are the infrastructure needs, as say like grounds. We do hear a lot from the community in terms of sports fields, roofing, fans, ventilation. So maybe once we get through the budget session, like I thought, let me give him some time to, do the tentative budget, and then I was going to follow up with him on that. And anybody is welcome to join the tour. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Penna,
No updates.
Dr. Forager.
Okay, the curriculum committee met on March 12th for about 90 minutes. Present were Natasha Jolly, Gail Bradford, Dr. Giordano, and Dr. Seminario. I'm going to give you just the highlights since you do have all the minutes. We established a meeting schedule of 8 meetings for the year. We talked about a new assessment system called Star 360 that would replace iReady and Linkit. I understand this will show up on the April agenda. We talked about whether it would be helpful to survey parents to gauge the extent of tutoring in the district. We talked about some courses at CMS that are changing names. For example, art media becomes visual art in order to attract more diverse students, and advanced drawing and painting becomes studio art. That's it.
Thank you.
And
Mrs.
I'm submitting the entire thing.
Yes, chairs will submit this to Mrs. Oates. She'll put them into the minutes for the public to see. Mrs. Stanley.
So we had a policy meeting. And so I'm just going to go over the policies. So we have the purchases budgeted. This is a new policy. It was recommended by Strauss Esme. It had got put in back. The committee in the fall had put it back to find out if our incoming business administrator would want this policy. It went both to the county and the business administrator, and both believe that we need it. No board members were concerned with policy language. For P 4161 and P 3161, that's examination for cause. This is a revision. There's one for teaching staff and one for supportive staff. There was just updating on the wording, and it adds the board to the process. We have policy 2270, which is religion in schools. Again, this is a revision, mostly just updating the wording. Then we have regulation 8600. This is the regulation for student transportation. This is new for us. The regulation is straight from Strauss Esme. It gives guidance on the statutes that provide busing for students, the criteria for hazardous roads, hazardous routes, school bus use, and the operation of the transportation system. And then we had policy 8600. This is student transportation, and this is a revision. This is being revised to add hazardous roads, which were chosen by the outside party, the school transportation consultants, who presented at the February 26th meeting. This policy would change how our current busing looks. We would only have 3 types of busing. We would have mandated, hazardous, and subscription. Any student who currently gets what we call courtesy busing would no longer receive it next year if not on the roads listed as hazardous. The consultants used a rubric that had 4 areas they looked at. They looked at roadway, walkways, the student grade level, how old they were and which schools they went to, and extraordinary condition. Extraordinary conditions were more like, is this road already considered hazardous by the town or the county? For elementary and CMS, it is really 4 main roads that would be deemed hazardous, which is McMain, Diamond Hill, part of Emerson, and part of Horseshoe. Because those 4 are deemed as hazardous, the roads off of them are also on the list for the elementary and CMS. So if you look at it on the map, right, you're really looking at the McMain area, the Diamond Hill area, part of Emerson, and part of Horseshoe, and the roads leading off of that. If approved tonight, there would not be much change to the high school, as the consultants found that Diamond Hill to be a big problem. So most of the students on the other side of Diamond Hill, which is the majority of students, would still receive busing under hazardous. And then there's a few roads closer to the school that we know are an issue. So they are also on the hazardous. So it really just becomes this part of the hill of Murray Hill coming up the street here. So that would not be receiving busing for high school. This policy would allow us to receive aid for these hazardous routes. However, we will not know much until next year after it has been implemented on how much we will get for these hazardous roads being listed in the policy. Again, during different discussions with the transportation department, we know that if this policy is not passed, that we will have trouble with getting buses for Mary Kay, Mountain Park, and CMS, because we will no longer have any busing if we don't have hazardous roads for Mary Kay and Mountain Park. So we wouldn't have a bus there, which means we would also not offer subscription busing for those students. CMS, we would be at capacity on our buses. So again, we would not be able to offer subscription busing to CMS if we don't move forward with our hazardous policy. Also, I believe if we don't pass the hazardous policy, the courtesy busing will remain in place unless we make a motion to remove it. So I just want everyone to be aware that the hazardous policy, if it is passed, we will be moving forward with only mandated hazardous and subscription. If it doesn't pass, we would go back to courtesy busing. And then we would have to either decide if we're going to keep the courtesy busing as it is, or we need to make a motion to remove courtesy busing and only have mandated and subscription. You can ask further questions later during our discussion time. The Personnel Committee also met twice. We met once on March 1st. We had a a central office person decide to leave. So we talked about that. We also talked about acting superintendent and the role that they would have to take because of the various roles the superintendent has, not just in Berkeley Heights, but outside of Berkeley Heights and Union County. Our second meeting was on March 14th, and we are happy to say that there is someone on the agenda for tonight to replace that position in central office. And yes, that is it for my 2 meetings.
Thank you, chairs of the committee. I know it's a lot of time and extra meetings, and I appreciate all the work that has gone into the representatives, the liaison, and the committee chairs. So we will be uploading these minutes to the agenda so that the public can see the minutes. We're looking now at board communications.
There are 3 communications that I had received over the last board meeting. There was a communication about Mrs. Bradford that I had received. There was another communication, was entitled "A Picture is Worth 1,000 Words." And last was regarding the DEI survey. Those were the 3 that I had received. And that concludes the correspondence.
Thank you. We'll move on to the report of the business administrator, which is the highlight of our night, the presentation of the 24-25 budget.
Before I can do that,
Oh.
what I did was I wanted to give the report that I have here first.
Oh, sorry.
Let's see here. The district has applied for 2 electric bus applications. One we have done already, and the second one is due in the month of May. At GL, there was a new night supervisor that was hired. There was a repair of the library water coil, and the window spring project has been completed there. Over at Mary Kay, the boiler pump replacement was done in-house, and that has been completed. Playground mulch has been ordered, and a new classroom projector whiteboard has been installed. Over at Mountain Park, the chimney repair has been completed by an outside contractor. At William Woodruff, exhaust fan company sent out their roofer to repair a leak after a new fan was installed in the roof. At CMS, the window spring project has been completed. District-wide, we had our custodians complete their right to know training on February 16th, and lead water testing will be starting in July of 2024 at all schools. And that completes my report. At this time, I'd like to go over the preliminary budget. Mr. Marks, can you go to the second page, please? And just an introduction of our board members. Can you proceed to the next? This is just a basic process, administration, principals, and department heads. Going over the budget during the months from October to January. Finance Committee had gone over the budget from February to March with Mrs. Khanna, the chair, Ms. Bradford, Dr. Forager, and Mrs. Stanley were part of that process. Preliminary budget vote is this evening. Our budget is due on March 20th, which is this Wednesday. And the public and the board, the final budget will be presented to the public, and the board will be voting on that on May 7th.
Can I add?
Sure.
So typically what we do between the tentative budget and the final budget is we have a meeting, a public meeting to talk through the budget and, talk more in depth once the residents have had a chance to look at it, the tentative budget. So I know it's not on the list yet, but we need to figure out what is the appropriate date for us to have a meeting for that particular conversation. So just want to put it out there. And we'll have to, take into account the spring break starting next week. So we just have to check the availability to have that meeting.
Good. If you can go to the next slide, please. I'm going to go into the budget highlights of this preliminary budget. The tax levy is increasing by just under 2%. As Mrs. Khanna had reiterated during her committee report, the state aid for our district has decreased by $7,865. As we went through with our finance committee, we had about 612 account lines, and 477 of those lines had remained flat or decreased, which is about 78%. The account lines in the budget were compared with prior spending from the prior year, of the last few years, I should say. Sorry about that. A contractual increase of 3.2% for the BHEA for the 24-25 school year was included in with this budget. The contractual increase of 3% for the BHAA was also included for the 24-25 school year. There was an increase to the bus driver contract to the hourly wage to attract drivers that was included in for the next year's budget. Estimated increase in the contribution to the public employees retirement system was included at 18%. And normally, that's an estimate that we have to provide. The state, it's an actuarial figure that usually comes out sometime next year late, right around April. Property and casualty insurance rates are projected to increase between 10 and 15%. That is the estimate that our insurance representative lets us know. The actual rates and where those actual rates come in toward the end of the school year, toward June, they have to look at our risk assessment and what claims have been paid out. And our insurance adjuster usually negotiates that rate toward the end of the year. Health benefits and prescription rates are projected to increase by 11%. Again, our broker has to look at the claims that come in by the end of the year, and that our broker negotiates those claims toward the end of the year. Our utilities were estimated at 10%, which is electric and gas. We included an increase of sewer and water at 5%. Again, those were trends that we've seen over the last few years. Another increase that we had was an increase in effective school solutions for mental health services. Before, this service was being utilized or funded through ESSER grants. Those ESSER grants are coming to an end coming in September. So now it is up to the school to start start funding that service to our children. Some of the other things that is in the curriculum for next year are 95 phonics core program. It's a word study for teacher presentation files. We have open sci-fi supplies for grades 6 through 8, which is a pilot program and is going to be utilized next year. There's a Hegarty Bridge the Gap intervention materials that's going to be instituted. Just Words Wilson teacher kits and student materials is also going to be instituted and included in with the budget. 95 phonics core program words study workbooks. Also, the 95 phonics core program kindergarten and third grade kits are also going to be included. In addition, we have a reading specialist is going to be added over at Columbia Middle School. We're going to have the addition of a district athletic trainer. And also we have an addition of a halftime nurse over at Governor Livingston. And there is an ESL position that was increased from 85% to 100% at Mary Kay. The tax impact for next year with us keeping or increasing the tax levy to just under 2%. And the average assessed home is at 315,000 here in Berkeley Heights. And I'm just going to go to the assessed value of 300,000. That tax increase for next year approximately is going to be $135. And that essentially will equate to $11.23 monthly. And you can see what those the other assessments were. At this time, I'd like to invite any questions from the audience or board members.
Thank you, Mr. Jaskowitz. So a couple of questions. You mentioned that there were, X number of budget line items that came in under, right?
Yes.
So I'm looking at the report of the Secretary to the Board of Education. This was page 5 of 10, and I think it was page 35 on the attachments, right, to the board packet. And it lists all of the expenditures, correct? And so what it lists is our actual spend for the 2023 budget, plus encumbrances, kind of showing us where we are
Okay.
relative to the amount that we've budgeted. So when I plug those numbers in and I use that as a baseline for what we're asking for or what we're thinking our expenditures are going to be for the 24-25 budget, it appears that we are out over 5 million in terms of what we're going to spend this year. So for example, the bottom line number here between actuals and encumbrances comes to a total of 56 million, I believe. 56,643 versus what is on the proposed revised budget 2023, which shows at 63,984. So what we're asking for in the proposed budget is a total of 61,658, which appears to be lower than our proposed 23-24 budget. But when you look at what we're actually spending year to date plus our encumbrances, our actual 23-24 budget looks to be on track for a $56.6 million number. So compare that to the 61,658 that we're asking for the 24 budget. It feels like it is, it's 5 million higher. So I feel like that there's, it seems like that there might be some additional cushion or maybe surplus that we will realize at the end of this year. And so when comparing to the proposed budget, it doesn't look like it's that different. In fact, it looks like we're asking for less, but I still think that, looking at our actuals, it feels like our 24-25 budget is a bit high.
I really can't answer that question because I don't know actually what you're looking at, and I'm talking budget figures and you're talking 23. I'm not looking at that document. I'm looking at the document that I gave the full board on Tuesday, which was the Excel document, and that's the one that I'm referring to. And you're looking at the board secretary's report for 22-23.
No, for 23-24. So this is the board secretary's report that's in our current attachments.
Okay, well, I would need to look at that one-on-one with you in order to answer that question because I think we're talking apples to oranges at the moment.
Well-
I think if you simplify what she's asking, are we going to have $5 million at the end of the year this year? Is the short answer that yes or no?
Versus what we budgeted.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's what she's asking.
And if that's the case, then our 61 million looks.
I don't think we plan on having, right, 5 million, but I think you have to remember that we have $1.7 million in a capital project that is not going to get done this year and will go back into capital reserves.
Right, but these are just expenditures for year to date.
Right. So when you're looking at this, we're not going to have this extra 5 million. Like there's no extra 5 million waiting.
So maybe in order to kind of just break down the questions there, can you talk through in the budget that we have on the agenda, the 61.658 million? Is there any capital project assumption that we are making in this number?
No,
'Cause we-
there's no capital projects. I believe that I've made that comment in my email questions or emails that several people had asked and made that clear, I think, on numerous occasions. There are no capital projects in for next year.
So in the 61.6 million number, we do not have any projects.
No.
If we do have to think about or plan for a project that will come from the capital reserve.
If we decide to do anything for next year, and one of the things that we needed to do is select an architect, which we don't have one yet, then what I can do is, as I stated to the finance committee, What we needed to do is I would have to petition the county office, ask to take money out of cap reserve. Then I would need to do is put a resolution on our board agenda, have the money taken out of cap reserve, designated for a specific project, and put it into cap reserve fund 12 in order to do that.
Understood. So if I, I think the question or what Natasha was probably trying to get to was when we look at how much money have we spent year to date based on the budget that we had last year, and we look at what is the encumbrance plan for between now and end of the year, it appears that we have, and taking the capital projects aside for a minute, I think it's a $2.6 million number. That seems to be things that were planned in the budget last year, but when we look at the actuals, it looks like we would have 2.6 million remaining as we get through the end of the year. And I think the question that she had was, would you take that 2.6 million and put that in the revenue side in the budget for 2024, 2025, or what happens to that money?
I've been immersed in this budget right now, so looking at or having no numbers in front of me, I really can't answer that at the moment. I need to take a look at that, sit down and give you an answer. I'm not prepared. I don't have anything in front of me, and I've been looking at budget 24, 25 numbers for the last week. So
Natasha,
I really couldn't tell you that number.
Natasha, can you, because I have some follow-up questions on that, can you share that printout? I didn't have a printout. I have it on my phone, like what we are looking at, the board secretary's report.
So just
No,
to,
no, with
I can-
Mr. AJ, so he can understand our questions better. I have some follow-up questions.
so I think,
Okay.
just, can I clarify though? I think there's a couple of things that were said that were not how the budget works. So at the end of the year, if we have money left over, right? That
Okay.
would not roll over to 2024, 2025. That would go to capitals of reserves, correct?
At the end of the year, you would either put money towards surplus, or like there's two resolutions at the end of the year where you can put money into cap reserve or maintenance reserve, because that's why those resolutions are put on there. So if that's the question that you're asking, yes,
So you don't roll it over to the following year.
there's no rollover. It goes to surplus, or it goes toward like what we're doing. We're right now, there's money that was put in for 2.4 million for a budgeted surplus that you have to use toward tax relief. And 2.4 million was used last year. 2.2 is being utilized for 24, 25. Is that the question that you're asking?
So I think it's a little more fundamental question of, we are, it doesn't look like we're asking for a budget that's much different. In fact, it looks like we're asking for a budget that's less than what we had, what our revised 23, 24 budget looks like. So my question though is, when you're looking at the actual spend, should we be really asking for as much as we are against certain line items when actual spending this year shows to be a lot less? Like, I think that, again, what's our basis of comparison? Because we're doing a year over year budget comparison, 23 budget versus the 24 budget. And it seems that, since are not spending as much as we are in 23, should we be asking for as much against those line items for 24? So I think there are certain line items that we need to look at again to see, like, what exactly are we going to spend this money on in 24, 25?
What is your example that you're looking at?
Sure.
Mr. Giordano, if I emailed you a picture of this page that we are talking about, could you share it with Mr. AJ? That way it will be easy. Yes, I'm going to email it right now.
Okay, so for example, we're looking, and I think you mentioned this, but maybe we can drill down a little more. We're looking at total school-sponsored athletic instruction, where the 23 revised budget was 1.2 million. We are asking for 1.33 million, of a difference of 112,000. But what we're actually spent was 1.1 million. And so if you use the 1.1 million as a baseline number for 24, 25 budget, you're asking for 209,000 above that amount. So is it really that we need 209,000, or is it really that we need, 112,000 for the year?
I think if I
That's an
had
increase.
preparation and knowing this beforehand and looking at the individual's budget, I probably would have been prepared to answer that question. But not having anything in front of me, I really can't answer that.
Okay, and that's fine. I mean, we've got this version that I'm comparing, I think on Thursday, which was the line item budget. So it's not that it's that, new to me, right? Like, so I put
Yeah.
this together earlier, last night. So,
I thought the one Tuesday that I had sent had a better breakdown of it than the one from Thursday.
it's
That-
the same, it's the total, and, the rolled up expenditure items by category. So I will share with you what I had
Okay.
put together, and then you could take a look. And sorry, and I just have one other final
Sure.
question. I think this was around the, the adequacy number versus our total budget. I think it's 14 million over versus last year when we were 9 million over versus the calculated adequacy amount. So we just want, just want to understand that better. Number one, why are we over? And number two, why are we over this year by 5 more than what we were over last year?
As I stated in that finance committee, that adequacy number is a calculation that comes out of the state budget software. I don't do the calculations. I do not know.
Any other questions? Mrs. Zakiri?
Yeah, I just want to confirm if Mr. Giordano got no, can he see it now? Yeah, because he doesn't seem to, like, if you can just share,
I ain't gonna be able to see it on my phone.
like, because I just want to be, we're talking the same. This is from the board secretary's report, attachment E, page number 35. So what we are looking at is, I think the line items on this document are, they line up with the line item budget or the detailed tentative budget we are about to adopt. And what really calls out is, I think there are at least 5 line items here, and one of them is the one on total undistributed expenditures for transportation. So we had budgeted for 2023, 2024 year, close to 2.3 million. We have, as of now, only used about 852,000. And we're planning to use about, I think for the rest of the year, 740,000. So that leaves us with about 820,000 just on one line item for transportation. And overall, based on what actuals we have spent till date in March and what we are planning to spend, if we factor that all in, from an unrealized perspective, we are at 4.3 million.
You're forgetting about one thing. There was a transportation contract that we didn't get from First Student, which that's not reflected in there right now. Kelly, am I correct? And is there something else because the other company didn't get us the contract?
So we have an outstanding contract with First Student. I think we discussed this at the last meeting, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
So my
but we
question
have-
is, so are we going to so Kelly, if you can just speak from the mic so that people who are on the remote. So we have 2 transportation contracts that are yet to come and hit this line item for total undistributed transportation.
So we just received the First Student contract last month, so that won't get paid until this month.
So do
And
they-
then we also have an increase in our Union County Ed Services contract because we had a driver that resigned and we had to go out to their services to support that.
So will that add up to 820,000? How much is this?
So the
contract
First Student contract
approximately?
was
470?
I think 471 plus 47 for the 2 line
Yeah.
items.
So 400.
And you're always a month behind on your board secretary's
Course.
report. You're not in
Yeah,
March.
yeah, you're right. Yep.
Okay.
And then the other one through Union County Ed Services is about 60 to 70,000.
Okay.
And then we still have spring sports, correct?
Oh, correct. Yeah. So the athletic transportation is also a line item in those budgets between co-curricular, Columbia, as well as GL.
Okay.
Spring is our biggest.
So I do have questions though.
Yes.
Okay,
Mrs.
so,
Stanley.
so as we were going through, not for you, sorry, you can sit back. I just have budget questions. So as we were going through the budget, we were talking about how overall it is down, but that includes the capital project that was in last year's. But when we look at the tax levy, it's up about 916K. I know that I've heard from a lot of people, including AJ, that this is a very tight budget. I don't know how many times people have told me we can only accept a couple more students before we would break, right? So this is a very, very tight budget already, because it's just like expenses at home go up and we have grocery bills at home that keep going up. We are a public school with 400 employees and 2,500 students, and the bills are going up. So Anthony, AJ, I want to just ask, when we look at this, how much wiggle room do you think we have? Is it a really tight budget like we have been discussing and that teachers have been saying?
The one thing I didn't want to have done here and what we tried to do is make sure that we weren't going to lose staff members. This school is predicated on having staff members here to teach our kids. I didn't want to do that. We tried to go as tight and lean as we could. The one thing is, I think if we have one out-of-district student that comes in this district, we might be able to absorb it. If you're going to have multiple, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. I don't know what's going to happen, but you know what? We'll have to take it as one day as it comes.
Yeah.
That's all I can say.
So this is a very tight budget, even at 1.99 increase.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we're all going to say that we all models ourselves of our neighboring districts. Does everybody know what New Providence, their tax rate went up? Does anybody know what went up? Can someone tell me what they went up in this room? Does anybody know?
Their tentative budgets?
New Providence, no, Summit went up 2.9 and New Providence went up 2.54. And New Providence introduced a referendum there as well.
I mean, so when we look, we know that, our teachers deserve as much as we can give them. And we just had our contract negotiation last year and we're at 3.2 increase, right? But we're only taking a 1.99 increase ourselves, right? So this is getting tighter and tighter every year, as we only continue to take that 2%. So I really want to thank everybody who did this budget. AJ, I know that you do so much of this, but our staff too, they've been working since September to come up with ways that they could cut their budgets. And I really thank everybody for doing that, because we have seen line items go down, but the costs keep going up. And then my second question is, this budget is based on the hazardous policy passing tonight, correct?
Well, we've put in the budget the transportation of what has been going on from last year.
Okay, so
And unless
last
anything
year-
changes, then we just accordingly. That's all I can say.
Okay, so we're budgeting as if last year's
Correct.
transportation
And,
is this
and-
year's.
and that's what we discussed in our finance committee.
Okay. Okay, yeah.
And Ms. Jolly, I just want to know if you'd like to come in or send me in an email what you are pointing at, I would be more than welcome to show you whatever differences there are, because once I go back to the individual budgets, whether that be the athletic or whatever the case may be, there will be an answer to it. I just have to know and pinpoint what it is.
Thank you, EJ. And just to follow on to the transportation, and the contracts that are pending or that we just received, I'm just wondering if that's included in the encumbrances, like encumbrances meaning like things we haven't paid out yet, but are pending, right? That we are supposed to pay or budgeted for. And right now it's at 740,469. So just wondering if those contracts are embedded in that number.
I'd have to look because those only just came in, and did we approve them last month?
Yes.
I think we did. I think we did.
So I will send you my spreadsheet and, and certainly we don't want to do anything to lose any teachers. It's just not clear to me that the budget is tight given where we are in our actuals and year-to-date numbers versus what we're asking for.
Yeah, and if you could show me what you're looking at, I'd have a better concept so we can be on the apples to apples basis. That's all.
Mr. Hyman.
Try to keep them quick. Just three quick
Yeah.
ones. Looking at the doc that's called tax rate recap page.
Yes.
So looks like we're estimating activity fees increase 75,346. Do you have and if not, you can get back to me. Do you know the impact in terms of student activity fee costs, what that will look like to get to that increase?
One of the things that I've looked at, just give me 1 second. You were saying the
activity fee, and again, I assume this rolls up sports and activity fees together.
one of the things that I've looked at over the last few years is that before pre-COVID, they were up higher. And of course, we know there wasn't much going on during COVID, and it's been steadily on the incline. And at the point when I was looking at it this past year, it was on the incline this year. So I had increased those a little bit more for next year. Due to that, when I was looking at it, due to that, I've seen the increase coming up this year. I increased it up a little bit more. In that same line was the interest. Miscellaneous fees, there isn't much that was in there. I kept that at around $20,000. There's not much in there, but the interest, and our conversation that we've had in our finance committee is that we moved to a new investment vehicle. I looked at interest in 3 different areas. Our current bank, which wasn't going to offer us more, they're at like 3%. We went to another bank, which was PPAC Gladstone. They were about 4.5, but not liquid. I couldn't take money out from there if I needed it. So we went to New Jersey Cash Management. That is something that is run by the state. That gives us liquidity, and they're up over 5.3. So what we've been averaging out since we've been there, they're about $438 a day that we've been earning interest on. So they've been good. I know the question has come up, can we move most of our other funds in there to earn more? I was going to look into that because that conversation came up the other day. So I'm going to look into that. And with the liquidity, might be very advantageous to do that. So
do you know specifically what the activity and sports fees will be to get to the increased number? Is that built into this? Is there a number?
Can I?
It's not
can I-
increasing.
can I
no,
chime in?
the fee isn't increasing.
Not increasing.
Right,
Okay.
this is what we talked about in finance committee. We are not, what we discussed last year, I think it was like 200,
Right.
that's
flat.
not jumping up.
Okay.
That is staying at this.
Great. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, question 2, as state funds go, so it looks like we were increased 3 straight years, but now we've gone the other way. 7. Any feel for why? Do we know what?
This was another conversation that we had in a finance committee meeting. One of the things that we looked at was there was 137 districts in the state of New Jersey who received less funding. And in Union County, our district and Kenilworth were the 2. Kenilworth took 1.4 million hit. We took 8,000. One of the things is that I had a webinar that my association put on, and it discussed equalization aid. And with the equalization aid, what they discussed was that the town of Berkeley Heights has equal assessments that are very high. So there's quite a bit of building that is going on, and we discussed that. Dr. Forager, one of the copies, he took a look at it himself, and we discussed it. One of the other things that has increased from last year to this year, not only the assessments of the town, but the equation also calls for the income of the town. That went up significantly as well. So there's a thing called the fair share of what the state believes that we should be paying toward education. Well, that went from 55 million to 60 million. So with those factors that were all in the paperwork, because after I got done with that webinar, I met with my association president and had a one-on-one conversation with her. And she said to us, it doesn't look good for you for next year either. So I don't know what that's going to be, but it's going to be tight for next year. So had that same conversation with the finance committee. So we got a little lesson on that particular piece. So
I didn't know that was the
I'm
answer,
glad-
so I was not looking to
glad you
elicit bad news.
Glad you asked that.
My last question, I've got to ask one mountainside question, which is this date a year ago, maybe in the same seat, there was a slide that had fiscal cliff and the fingers were pointed at the difference in mountainside enrollment. I'm looking at tuition estimates. So it looks like we've budgeted an increase of 153,011. Do you have estimates at this point for what mountainside enrollment looks like as it plays into these numbers for next year?
I think I think it was when I spoke to the BA there, it was 243 students.
Okay,
So
243.
that's what they budgeted for. And then you had one special ed student that had a, special needs student.
Mhm.
So that was 244.
Thanks.
They got that probably 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Thanks.
Any other questions from the board? Yes, Mrs. Penna.
So, AJ, last year with the Finance Committee, when they looked at tax levy and overall budget, there were a couple of options of tax levy. Some were slightly under 2%, some were slightly over and moving higher up. And I know there's a certain percentage that you can only get to. Did the committee, because the budget is so tight, did the committee potentially look at maybe just going over the 2% mark to give you more wiggle room? Or was that not
I
something
didn't,
that was discussed?
we could go with bank cap, if necessary. I didn't look at that. I'm going to say with the state coming out with the lateness of the state aid, and also there's a thing, that we discussed, there's a thing called, edits. The edits didn't come out till Friday, and the edits there are certain things that when the state aid is put in and you put in your, appropriations or the expenses in the budget, there are certain things that you have to clear in there, and they're called edits. So in order for you to clear those things out, it tells you what you need to do in order to clear those out. Those didn't come out till Friday. So thus the reason why some things were late. So, and all the business administrators had to grapple with all those things to get it done. So for me to get that done, I didn't get that opportunity. And I know where we had this preliminary going to the next one. Could that be a discussion? It could be. We'll let the finance committee decide that. We can have that discussion.
Dr.
So I was
Giordano?
I
I'm
was
sorry,
gonna
Ms.
chime in quickly
Yeah.
in response to that. That's exactly right. And I actually did kind of give him an idea of how kind of Julie had laid it down for us, which was really helpful to understand,
Right.
what's the flexibility, if you will. And honestly, we, in the finance committee, we haven't had the time quite yet to go do some of those scenarios.
Okay.
And in all transparency, in all honesty, time was short in what we did. I think AJ did a great job in sort of putting
Sure.
all of this together to get us where we are.
Thank you.
But my expectation is, I think the finance committee has some work to do in terms of digging in further into the detail lines, working with AJ to answer some of the questions that are coming through this conversation.
Your mic is not on.
Seriously, I said all
Yes.
of that?
Yes.
Didn't hear a word?
No, I heard you.
No, just at the very end.
So,
I actually
so-
heard you, so it's okay.
oh, now I hear myself. So I think there's some work to be done to make sure that we respond to some of the questions that are coming into this meeting, going back to the finance committee. And I think, Angela, you have a fair question. What is the flexibility when it comes to the tax levy?
And I think, Ms. Penna, to answer your question a little bit more, and Ms. Collins as well, the committee and the board itself may want to hold on to that bank cap for next year in light of what Mr. Juskiewicz just said, that the state, we may get cut more with state aid. So it gives us a little wiggle room. If we can make it work this year and tighten up our belts without having any layoffs and actually adding some staff that's needed, and we can get through the year, and we'll see what the state numbers are for next year, it might be advantageous to do that.
It was more that with the budget being so tight, what was the flexibility? That was the main question. So good to know. Thank you.
Dr. Forager.
Yes, I've looked at this budget. I really don't think that there's anything tight about this budget at all. Last year, or the current budget, let's see, you're proposing to use 2.2 million of surplus. And that's after a transfer of 2 million last June into the capital reserve and the maintenance account. It was 1.5 and 0.5 respectively. So that budget generated, it was on a track to generate 2 million. That got not mysteriously, we transferred that into capital reserve and maintenance. So there's 2 million there. Now you're also telling me that there's 78% of the lines that are unchanged. So I'm going to assume that this budget is really pretty much like last year. So it's probably going to generate in total, I would estimate about 4.2 million. And then you're going to come to us in June and say, well, let's transfer out another 2 million so we don't generate, so it doesn't look like we generated so much surplus. But that's what's going on here. There's about 4 million or 4.3 million. Natasha hit it on the head when she looked at the secretary's report and compared how much have we spent so far with encumbrances compared to our budget. We're on track to generate about 4.3 million. So that agrees with my estimate here. All right, so I think there's about 4.3 million sitting in that he's built into this budget. We could take, instead of just 2.2 million, we could probably take another million. Okay, we just wouldn't have as much to put into the capital reserve and the maintenance account at the end of the year. So there's nothing tight about this budget.
Mrs. Akiri.
So when I shared that picture, that was exactly the page 35 from the board secretary's report. And I had 4 or 5 line items, and I know you don't have a computer, but I can send you my questions. Looks like we are, even if we take out the capital reserve projects that I think the previous BA had withdrawn, 1.7 million, and I know they're delayed. And if we put them back in there, we are about 2.3 million sitting in income, like, unrealized. So my first point is, based on your most recent board secretary's report, 4.3 million is in unspent funds from this year's budget, after accounting for encumbrances, which could be these contracts, anything additional that we have to pay for. A part of the 4.3 million is 829,000 from undistributed student transportation. Yet we are proposing to increase student transportation by 81,000. That seems unnecessary to me. There are certainly other lines that have much more spending on them. I would really request and suggest that the business administrator and the finance committee take a close look with a sharper pencil and come back with a revised budget, final adoption that is close to less than 0.5% increase in the tax levy. So I think we're proposing about 916,000 in increase. I think we can bring it down to 0.5%. My second point is the proposed budget is about 14 million above the adequacy budget of about 32 million for a student population of our size. This is distributed. This number comes from the State Department of Ed. And I did call them to understand this. And I think last year we were over 9 million from the adequacy budget number for 2,500 students, 2,450 students. This year, we're going over by 5 million from the adequacy. And I really like that you asked us, do you know how much is a tax levy on New Providence? If you look at New Providence historically, they are much more closer to the adequacy budget than us, and they're a very similar size district. So I would really hope that I would request that the finance committee and the business administrator look at ways and look at what money we have left. And as Dr. Forager suggested, instead of looking at moving that money, those 2 million into the capital reserve, bumping up our capital reserve amounts, which I think till date, until you made the move, we're not getting much interest. And as you stated in this presentation, we don't have any proposed capital projects for next year. So what's the point of moving 2 million, 3 million, 2.5 million into capital reserves and increasing our tax levy? If we don't have any proposed capital projects for 2024, 2025, we might as well use this money to reduce the tax levy. The other thing is, it seems to me that spending 43% above adequacy needs some strong justification as to how that is efficient. So I would really request the finance committee chair and the business administrator to look at where we have unrealized money that we have allocated as per the secretary's report and come back to us. And one final question I want to ask is, can we between now, and I know because of the situations here, we were not able to get a head start. But we have a board policy, which is 6220 on budget preparation. One of the key items listed here is the budget will be presented to the Board of Education to allow adequate time for review and adoption. I received something like a high-level information, which was not in the same format that we are used to in our district on Tuesday. We got the detailed line item budget on Thursday. And even after spending close to 14 hours over the weekend, I couldn't like tie it up. So I would request we get supporting information for some key line items like salaries and transportation and stuff like that, and go back to the drawing board and see these unrealized funds. And I think we should do a better job with our taxpayer dollars. And instead of just moving them to capital reserve accounts at the end of June, look at reducing the tax levy. And is that possible? Can you amend every line item in this budget by like in the next 7 weeks? If you do find the money, can you amend it? Yeah, that's a question. Is every line item up for, can we amend those line items?
You want to cut? Be my guest.
No. My question is,
Be my guest. You want to cut $1 million? Go ahead.
no, we're not asking you to cut it. With the money
It
is there.
sounds like to me, you want to cut it? Be
So
my
can you
guest.
amend the line
Be
items?
my guest. That's all I
Yeah,
have to say.
yeah. So if we show you,
Cut $1 million? Cut $1 million.
no, this is coming from your own report. This is coming from the board secretary's report that we have 4.3 million unrealized in the unrealized account. So can we move that money and reduce some of our?
You keep referencing all the stuff with cap reserve and everything. That's all from last year. All that stuff. I didn't budget it. I didn't do it. This is not even my budget. So we keep referencing all the stuff that
let's-
I didn't do. So when we keep talking about this, we're not even here at the year end. So I don't know. I don't have that crystal ball just yet.
And these
So
questions
excluding-
wait till we,
No, one final question, Mrs.
Okay.
Bradford. So exclude the capital reserves. It's still 2.3 million in unrealized line items. So can the finance committee look at it more closely?
Like I said, let's look at all of these questions. We clearly have work to do between now and May 7th when we have to finally adopt it.
okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the public on the budget? Thank you. We're going to open now the comments from the public on agenda items. During this portion of the meeting, district staff and residents are invited to address the Board of Education on agenda items only. The board requests that individuals state their name, town of residence, and street or school of attendance for the record. All comments should be directed to the board president, and depending on the nature and complexity of the question, it may or may not be answered during the meeting by the administration. If so, the response would occur after the public meeting or the meeting has concluded. Although the board may not respond to all items raised during the public forum, all public comments will be considered. The board asks that the members of the public be courteous and mindful of the rights of other individuals when speaking. Specifically, comments regarding personnel matters are discouraged and cannot be responded to by the board. Students and employees have specific legal rights afforded by the laws of New Jersey. The board bears no responsibility, nor will it be liable for any comments made by the members of the public. Please note that if any member of the public becomes disruptive during the meeting, the board president may terminate the participant's statement. Continued disruptions may result in removal from or adjournment of the meeting. Each speaker's statement will be limited to 3 minutes in duration. Do we have any comments from the public?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jessica Nardi. I'm the principal of Hughes School, and I'm here tonight representing the Berkeley Heights Administrators Association. As a union, we wanted to take a moment to share our thoughts regarding the critical importance of the upcoming superintendent search. Our district is now entering an important time of transition. The shift in leadership offers a significant opportunity to create positive change in Berkeley Heights. And this search and hiring process is the perfect chance for this board to model true inclusion and collaboration within our community. The importance of this hiring decision cannot be understated. We simply cannot withstand further conflict and the continued loss of valued personnel. A hiring process at this level must begin with broad stakeholder input and a detailed paper screening. However, this district truly needs a candidate who has more than just prior experience and a good resume. The challenge will be to see through the resume to the quality of the person behind it. We respectfully request that the committee dig deep and find a candidate with a demonstrated work ethic, strong communication skills, and a personal and professional commitment to our children and our community as a whole. We need someone who cares about people. Include, inspire, and empower are three empty words unless our district leaders and board truly believe in and model those principles in each decision they make. As a union, we are respectfully asking this board to put aside your differences and come together as a cohesive unit with a shared mission to find the right person to lead our district. Your legacy as a board member lies in this decision. While revising policy language and managing bills are certainly parts of your responsibility, it is this hire that will define your time on the board. We need a compassionate and inspiring educational leader to run our district and heal this community. We need someone who won't just walk away while everything explodes, but rather someone who will actually prevent the flames from igniting in the first place through open dialogue, mutual respect, honesty, and integrity. The BHAA supports you wholeheartedly in this endeavor and implores you to include, inspire, and empower this community to once again reach its full potential. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Nardi. Just as an update to our search firm, we have one presentation that was made to us by the NJSBA, and we are in the process now of looking for dates for the other three search firms to present their firms and their presentations to us at the end of April, the last 3 weeks of April. We're looking for those times. At that time, we'll have plenty of stakeholder opportunities for community and staff, and we're looking forward to opportunities to discuss the qualities of a superintendent. The board is in no rush. The board is going to take its time and do it right as best we can. Are there any other comments from the public? At this time, we'll close the comments from the public and we'll move on to our agenda items in terms of minutes. Resolution A, all board members. Approval of the meeting minutes. Resolved that the Board of Education approve the following minutes: regular session minutes from January 18th, 2024, executive session minutes from February 26th, 2024, and regular session minutes from February 26th, 2024. May we have a roll call vote?
So moved.
Oh, motion. Sorry.
Who's the first?
Well, so moved. I need a second.
Second.
Any discussion?
So, yes,
Sorry,
ma'am.
Mrs. Jolly.
Sorry. So, it's for the Jan 18th meeting minutes, right? And this is for the regular session that is out there on video for everyone to see. There are a couple of things that, are questionable for me in terms of the one specific vote around policy 131. That was a meeting where we had a 5-minute break, and I don't think that's documented. And the way the minutes are documented now shows that it was a first reading of a policy, but that's not what the motion was. It was subsequent to legal interpretation that came about a month later that's what it was. So that's my primary concern with the Jan 18th minutes. Right, the minutes need to reflect exactly what was stated at the time of the meeting and at the time of the 5-minute break. I think Mrs. Zakiri also showed a case to our attorney in which he then reversed his decision on the motion in terms of it passing versus failing. So I think that's an important point to include in the minutes, and that's currently not there. Sorry, one other thing, and maybe this is for the attorney, and this will be, important as we move on through the meeting. There was the way the votes were counted in the Jan 18th meeting versus the February 26th meeting changed. So in the Jan 18th meeting, for example, 4 abstains meant a motion failed. And then likewise, when we went to vote on February 26th for these same minutes, again, there were 3 yeses, 4 noes, 4 yeses, 3 noes, and 1 abstain, and the motion failed. Subsequent in the meeting, there were 4 abstains on certain HIP cases, and then the motion passed. So there was a little bit of flip-flop, and so it's really unclear to me at this point going forward how we are counting the votes. And at the end of the day, what what the votes actually mean. So depending on which way it goes.
Does the board attorney have any comments on that?
I don't have the minutes in front of me. I can say that.
Can,
I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't have the minutes in front. I can say that my recollection when the recess was taken, I reviewed bylaw 165 on voting, and to the question of how the votes are to be interpreted, I reviewed the bylaw and the section of the bylaw which states that all motions shall require for adoption the majority vote of board members present and voting, except as provided by statutes of the state of New Jersey, this bylaw or parliamentary authority, and provided that the number of affirmative votes is at least a majority of the board's quorum. So the board's quorum is 5 members, so a majority of the board's quorum would be 3 members. So
So your final interpretation that if we have a scenario where there are 4 abstains and 4 yeses, does the motion pass or fail?
that you would have a majority of the quorum, it would pass. And the only distinction would be if you had a policy, there are a number of circumstances that require a majority of the full board. So where a majority of the full board is not required, then a majority of the quorum would be required.
Okay, so then there are some votes that on the January 18th meeting that don't abide by this and were not challenged. And so, which impacted probably how we thought about voting in the subsequent meeting.
So I have a question. So, right, so abstention really is when I don't have enough information or I have a conflict of interest, right? So I feel like wanting to know the weeds of this means that we are trying to play with our vote to try to play on how we pass things. Right? I can't think of any other reason why we would need to know exactly what an abstention means in each case. Is that correct? I mean, I feel like that's a good assumption to assume that we're only trying to play with the votes by abstaining and wanting to know how my abstention will play on each one.
Well, you have a bylaw on voting which has the language that I just quoted to you. So that would govern the determination of the votes. So regardless of the reason, your bylaw states that abstentions, some bylaws read differently. Your bylaw reads, abstentions shall not be counted as votes. A member who abstains from voting because of a conflict of interest shall indicate he or she has a conflict. And that's just for purposes of the record, but for purposes of the members present and voting and a majority of the quorum, that's how your bylaw reads. And again, you have other statutes and other times on certain votes when a majority of the full board is required. And in that case, then an abstention might have a different impact than in a case where you don't have a majority of the full board requirement.
Yeah, I just know that when we go to NGASBA trainings, they remind you that abstentions really shouldn't be used to get out of a hard decision. That is our job, that is our role to make difficult decisions, and that abstentions really shouldn't be used for that.
Well, perhaps that's why your bylaw states that if you have a conflict, you should state it.
Correct. Yeah.
And
Thank you.
I don't disagree with that. I was just wondering what is the interpretation from legal, because it was one way on one meeting and the second way in a different meeting. It was just trying to understand what we actually should have, what it should have happened and what did happen. And so we are crystal clear on what it means going forward.
Policy 165 should be consulted.
So I want to sort of piggyback a little bit on what Natasha was saying. I think when I look at to me, the minutes are sort of one thing, and I'm looking at the minutes for the Feb 26th meeting. Within the same meeting, we have different interpretation, I suppose is the word, for one set of votes versus the other. So the minutes might actually actually state what exactly happened, but I think we are both questioning the way the votes were counted in that is not consistent. And, do we really, are we all on the same page as to what exactly was the outcome of every vote that happened?
Is there any more discussion? Yes, Dr. Forager?
All right. So a lot of things come down in life to what's the definition. Certainly in mathematics, the definition matters. So we have this term, majority of the board's quorum. And it would be nice to know where that's defined. That might be defined in Robert's rules or might be defined somewhere in our policies. I don't know. There's also the notion of majority of, that you have to have a quorum for the question. And I think that's sometimes things are decided that there was no quorum for that question because so many people abstained. And if there's no quorum, then you can't count it. So really, where is majority of the board's quorum? Where is that term ever defined?
Policy 163 defines quorum as consisting of 5 board members where the board intends to discuss or act upon an area in which the sending representative is eligible to vote.
That's like a general quorum to hold a meeting, but you also have the notion of a quorum for a question.
I would just state that your bylaw is clear that a majority of the quorum, your quorum is 5, a majority is 3. And so, I mean, I would just disagree with the premise that it's not clear in the
Well,
bylaw.
some of us have clarity, some of us don't. So if 4 people don't vote, then only four people voted, and that's not a quorum, is it? If only 4 people voted, that's not a quorum.
And your bylaw doesn't require that a quorum vote to have a majority of your quorum carry a motion that doesn't require a majority of the full board.
Okay, well, you're entitled to your opinion.
So I've gone back and looked at the decision I showed you from the New Jersey Supreme Court. And I've also looked at our bylaws. Abstentions are not to be counted as a yes or a no. So basically, if our quorum based on our bylaw is 5 and 4 people abstained, that means you only had 4 people voting on it. You didn't even have a quorum to conduct that vote. And that was your interpretation. You agreed with it on January 18th, and you applied the same logic for multiple items. Approval of certain bills, approval of this particular policy. So 4 abstentions is a no because you don't have a quorum. Now, at the very next meeting, you give us a different interpretation. Now we're asking for clarity. So I really don't understand the use of having somebody sit through like 5-hour meetings if we are going to get misleading information. And we have all, like, as elected board members, we've all had governance 1, governance 2, and some of us have had multiple trainings. We've gone to NJSBA, we've called NJSBA, called the attorney line, and we can be getting conflicting information from one meeting to another. So if the quorum is 5 and you don't have 5 people voting, the motion has to just be it has to come back up again until you have the quorum, because abstention is not a yes or a no. It's as simple as that.
It's not as simple as that. And as Dr. Forager said, you're entitled to your opinion. Your bylaw reads how it reads. The vote when Ms. Stanley abstained on policy revision 131, that vote passed because Ms. Stanley abstained. When the vote came for a second vote at the subsequent meeting, she did not abstain, and it did not pass.
No, there were some bills
If there may have been a mistake, I'd have to go back and study the bylaws. Perhaps there was a mistake, but it's not that it's from meeting to meeting. There was a lot of things going on at that meeting without board president, with attempts to modify the agenda, abstentions, going, et cetera. So I'd have to go back and see if a mistake was made. Perhaps that's possible. Perfection is not the standard. And there's a valid, rational, reasonable interpretation of your bylaw, and there's really not confusion moving forward as to the interpretation.
Yeah, if you could put that in writing for us, because, what does 4 abstentions mean? Because there have been bill list items where 4 abstentions, the motion didn't pass. So I would really appreciate if we are spending all this money on having you be present here, I think we need to get a formal documented legal memorandum that we can verify with another attorney, because yes, mistakes can happen, and I agree, but interpretations can change and interpretations can't impact the vote of a publicly funded school district. Thank you.
Okay, we'll end our discussions and go to a roll call vote.
Ms. Stanley? Ms. Penna? Ms. Akiri?
No.
Dr. Forager?
No.
Mr. Hyman?
Yes.
Ms. Jolly?
I'm going to vote no on the Jan 18th meeting, so that's item A. I'm going to vote no on the executive session minutes, and I'm going to abstain on item C from the 26th.
So you were doing the regular session. Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
I'm voting no on regular session from Part A. I'm voting no on Part B, and I'm abstaining on Part C.
Ms. Connor?
No.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
So we have 4 yeses and we have 4 nos with 1 abstention on C. So the motion fails.
So this means that our board minutes have not been approved,
That is correct.
and they will not be shared with the public.
That's correct. Am I correct, Counselor?
You have however you decide to handle your minutes is how you decide to handle your minutes. The motion didn't pass, but what Ms. Stanley is referring to is a board determination as to what you would do with your minutes.
Yeah, under OPA, the minutes can be released, but they have to be labeled as draft.
Board minutes don't have to be approved. Board minutes,
Right.
board minutes do not have to be approved.
Right.
It's a process
Right.
to attempt to assure the integrity of the minutes for down the road, that they've been reviewed, but it's not a requirement that they be passed.
So for the minutes for Resolution A, for all board members, the approval of the minute meetings, it has not passed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Move on to administration. Resolution A through F, all board members. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Oh. Right. Should we do that one first, or?
We have to fill in the blank for this.
Sorry, we have to fill in the blank. Okay. Resolution F, approve acting superintendent. Resolve that the Board of Education approves the appointment of Mr. Robert Nixon to the position of acting superintendent of schools effective today through April 30th.
And we have to add the wording, as required by law, a contract will be prepared and submitted to the office of the Executive County Superintendent.
Can I move it again?
It's here.
You must add that it's subject to county approval of a contract approved by the county superintendent, subject to approval of a contract by the county superintendent.
Do I need to move it again?
No, it's just
No,
added the word.
okay.
That's
I just have a minor request. If we're following Robert's rules, I think the roll call vote should go by alphabetical order and the board president gets to vote in the end. So I think Mr. Juskovich, if you're following Robert's rules, I think the roll call vote should go by alphabetical order according to Robert's rules, and then the board president goes in the end.
Board President, that's correct. But anytime, and I've always done this, and that's my preference, I do the motion and the second, and then I do everybody alphabetically, and the Board President has a deciding vote.
Okay.
But she told you according to Robert's rules, which is what our parliamentary authority is, we have to go alphabetical. So maybe you.
And
had
I
a
do the
choice.
first and second, and I
Right.
do it alphabetically,
know.
and the Board President has that. Are we going to tell me now how I'm going to do my job? Is that what we're doing now?
I'm raising a point of order, actually.
And what I'm trying to do here is,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that's what I do for the first and second. Everybody goes alphabetically. Board President has the last and final vote.
We're going to proceed with our vote.
Discussion? Discussion.
I thought I had said discussion.
Yeah.
Mhm. Oh, okay. Sorry, discussion? Mrs. Akiri?
Yes. I think on policy, on administration, I think the A is district bylaws and policies, study and first reading. So I would like to talk about policy 8600 and regulation 8600 on student transportation. Honestly, we have had one presentation on the by the transportation consultants, where I think some of our questions were unable to be answered on some of the highlighted routes that were marked as hazardous. Then it took us almost 4 weeks to get a decent list of hazardous roads to be shared with us from the policy committee. We as a board have, I don't know if anybody else, and I would like them to let us know right now, have seen the actual rubric data or the supporting data for identifying 65 streets in Berkeley Heights as hazardous. How did the consultant or anyone in our district use the rubric that was advertised by the consultant to come up with these 65 roads and explain why only certain parts of Emerson Lane, like on the list listed here, there are only certain house numbers and they start from 229 and end at 459. But anybody who has walked on Emerson Lane know that from the mic word? From the very
Don't move. You were fine.
Okay. So from the very beginning of Emerson Lane, I think something's happening there, actually. So I'd like to start again. So there are 65 streets listed here. We were unable to get any clarity on the supporting data, rubric data for identifying these streets. And when I did finally, after 4 weeks or 5 weeks of, talking about this new policy, the need for, recognizing hazardous policy, I am not sure, and I would like anybody here sitting at the table who has seen the actual rubric data giving weights for these streets to be identified to say so. I haven't seen it. What's interesting is some of the streets here identified only are recognized by house numbers, not the entire street. And I want to quote some examples. One of them is Emerson Lane. It says 229 to 459 only. Anybody driving from Plainfield at the corner has a gas station and you turn on Emerson, and there are some homes there. And I believe parents have reached out asking for at least an eligibility for subscription busing. And those house numbers are not listed here. So I don't know the rhyme or reason why only some part of Emerson made the cut. Same thing happens with Mountain Avenue. It is whatever the rubric is, I thought based on the transportation consultant's definition, was for defining a street or a road as hazardous. How did the rubric come up with only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 house numbers? So are we saying Mountain Avenue is safe except for these 9 house numbers? How did they come up with such precision data? Now, moving on Horseshoe Road, again, it's only precisely some houses. I think some of the streets, what was concerning to me is out of these 65 streets that are listed, anybody who has lived in Berkeley Heights for even a year know that traffic is really bad on Plainfield Avenue, Springfield, and Snyder. And we couldn't, the transportation consultant that we hired, who's an expert and who had a rubric, we didn't see the data, could not identify a single house on these lanes. So I want to question, without looking at the actual rubric data, how did we identify these 65 streets, and on some streets, just a few house numbers? Also, my other key, I have a basic fundamental issue with this. Designating hazardous policy based on, no supporting data is, let's assume somebody goes, like I go to buy a burger from Burger King and I buy a hamburger. I'm in line, I pay for it, and I'm waiting to pick it up. There's a person behind me in line, orders the same hamburger, and Burger King says, you just doesn't charge them. So when I question, I think as an entity, the basic fundamental question is, how are we going to define that we are going to allow some set of students to get free transportation for the same service while the other set of student doesn't have to pay for it?
Thank you for your question.
I have one more follow-up. So can anybody on the board sitting here answer if they looked at the actual supporting data for identifying the 65 streets on the policy committee?
We do not have that data because it is part of the transportation consultants. We hired an outside service to be able to do this so that we would not have to determine this. Mrs. Sheehan, you are with us today. Can you speak to this question?
I can. So we hired a consultant who is, they have so many years of experience. Putting the police officer aside, the two consultants, they are very experienced, over 40 years, both of them, 80 years together with experience in developing and putting policy in place for transportation. The police officer was a retired state trooper, is now certified in school traffic safety. He came to our town and he drove his bicycle around so that he could get a very clear picture of what our streets were like. Exactly as Mrs. Bradford just said, we did not want to have to make that determination so that there was no question from anyone as to why this was. We put our trust in these consultants to do that.
Thank you.
As the policy committee chair, right, like one of the big issues is that if we do see the rubrics, right, like then are we going to decide, well, we should actually add this road then? And then how are we going to not be biased in that when we live in this town and we have friends? And right, that was the biggest problem, is that we do have courtesy busing that is currently completely, there is no backing for it, right? And we need to find a reason why we are offering busing, and we came up with this policy. So this is the recommendation of the consultants, then it was the recommendation of the transportation department to the policy committee, and now this is the recommendation of the policy committee to the board, right? So again, if we have these rubrics, I hope that we never share them, because I do feel that then it will put it in our hands to say, well, you know what, actually, maybe we should add so-and-so's road. And I think that is hazardous to us, because now it's putting in our hands and we can be biased. The second thing is, if you looked at those Mountain Avenue address, you'll see that they're actually right here at the bottom of Murray Hill Boulevard, and they would have to cross Mountain, and that has been deemed as an issue. So I believe the roads on this side of the road do not.
That's correct.
Yeah,
And the
busing.
same, and the same thing with Emerson Lane. Emerson Lane, the numbers on there that you specify, that starts right after Apple Tree Lane. There's a sidewalk that goes the whole length of Emerson Road up to Apple Tree Row, excuse me.
Right, so
So
those-
that's where those house numbers are from where Apple Tree starts and goes all the way to the end.
But you can see how they were so
Correct,
specific, right? That
correct.
one side of Mountain does not get busing, but the other side does, because the kids would have to transfer over the road.
He rode his bike around our town and
Yeah.
he sat on corners watching what was going on.
Mrs. Jolly.
Thank you. So I don't think anyone is questioning the experience of the consultants, right? You know, it's to their merit. But I think I have an opposite view of Mrs. Stanley in that we're being asked to vote on these roads and without any supporting documentation. I think actually having the rubric to show parents who do email us, and there were a couple of emails that I think that came through prior to the meeting, it's evidence to show, look, this is an independent scoring. This is how everything was scored, and this is how your road scored. So I can't see how we can vote on this, and I've mentioned this before, without having the underlying data. And, you know, and I have questions, not like, I have zero skin in the game at the moment because my kids, they drive to school at the moment. But if I take a look at, you know, for example, someone who's on Delmore Ave, which is not on the, which is not considered hazardous, but is considered walking, a potential third grader living there would have to walk 1.9 miles for approximately 40 minutes, crossing Springfield Avenue and railroad tracks to get to Hughes. Right. So when we're talking about considering the age of the student, like, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see how this was done. And I think another road that is not on the list, but I don't know if it's on the mandated list, but it's Bristol Court, which was, I think, an email from a parent. That's not on the policy, but I think maybe is beyond to the distance. So I think having those rubrics and having that exact information, I think will actually do away with any ambiguity. But so that's number one. Number two, fundamentally, I think folks need to understand that hazardous busing is not free busing. There's nothing in the state, in the statutes that said, you know, you have to offer this for free. And that, so that's, you know, number one. And so that's why it's very, I think that's the assumption, and the policy and the way that it's written is not clear that that is our intent. There is nothing in it to say that these routes will get free busing. There's nothing, and it says you may receive, you know, you may receive hazardous route busing. So what does that even mean, right? So at any point in time, someone who may be receiving hazardous busing, that could be taken away because it says we may, and we're technically not in violation of the policy. So I don't think it really does a lot to remove any ambiguity. Having the rubric, it would not mean that we're picking roads either. I just think that it's needed for clarity and to really, I don't know what we're voting on.
So it's just to answer some of that, right? So 1.9 child who's a third grader who has to walk across a track, that doesn't mean that they are on a hazardous route. It just means it's a long walk. There are plenty of students in our district who are in kindergarten and have a much longer walk. So it's right. We can't say that one child is going to get it and not another. What the difference is that we're looking at hazardous roads and we had a third party come in so that we are not in charge of picking who is getting busing, because that is a problem. The second part of your question was about the May. I know we talked about this in policy committee. This is so that way we can say we are closed and we may provide busing, right? It's in there on purpose, and this is part of Strauss Esme's policy through all. Then underneath, we say we're adding these roads as hazardous, right? So it doesn't say we're only going to give this. Yes, we can, as we've discussed, we can put a price in there. We are not putting a price in our policy right now because we know that that would take a long time to get through the attorneys and all that. We also know that this needs a first read tonight to pass in order for the transportation department to be able to send out their transportation letters by the end of next month, right? It usually comes out after spring break, you get an email saying that you are on the transportation route. Would you like to take this busing and accept it? We know that if we don't pass this tonight, right, it's going to be pretty much dead in the water because we need to be able to do this by the end of next month. So it's okay if it doesn't pass, but we have to realize that the hazardous policy won't make a difference for next year if it doesn't pass tonight.
Mrs. Penna.
So I would like to just reiterate this whole presentation and bringing in the consultant started back with the Finance Committee over a year ago when we had major concerns with parents regarding courtesy buses, subscription busing, and all mandated busing. And the reason for bringing in the consultant was to do it, make it fair and equitable. We felt that we needed to bring an outside consultant in to do the routes, to look at it all, and to make determinations, people with experience, and that is where this came from. And I think we need to not lose sight of that. That's important why we brought them in the first place. And this is supposed to, the plan is for this to take effect in September of 2024. So everybody needs to keep sight of that.
And Mrs. Sheehan had agreed to come in at the end of April to have a town hall to address any parents' issues as
Of
to why
course.
their roads
Of
were.
course.
Mrs. Jolly.
Sorry, I just wanted to say, on the point of equity, looking at some information that came about from Mrs. Sheehan on Thursday in terms of at the request of the Finance Committee in terms of what it looks like when we have the policy versus when we don't have the policy. So when we have the policy, there would be 17 kids for Mary Kay and Mountain Park that would be deemed qualified. That would leave potentially 81 subscription seats available. So it would be potentially 81 kids paying for busing versus 17 that are not. That was on the data, right? So so that doesn't quite feel, and again, this is for, projected for next year based on graduating, the kids. So I think, and the fact that there is this continued ambiguity, like it just doesn't feel that it's quite equitable, at least in that particular scenario.
Gail,
Mrs.
I have a point. Sorry.
Mrs. Khanna?
You want to have Kelly answer something? Go ahead.
Yes. Do you have an answer to that?
Well, I'm not sure where you're looking at 17. So we have 14 under if the hazardous road policy is passed. We have 14 from Mountain Park and 13 from Mary Kay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So those are two different schools. So we would have Mary Kay and Mountain Park. There's 14 students that, and keep in mind, these numbers are estimated. We have people coming and going every day. So 14 from Mountain Park, 13 from Mary Kay. So you would then have one bus at each of those schools. We have not been able to run a subscription bus program for Mountain Park or Mary Kay over the last 3 years because we've had a driver shortage. We now are going to be hopefully fully staffed by September. If the policy were to pass, we would then be able to run a subscription bus program for those schools. One at Mountain Park, one at Mary Kay. If it doesn't pass and we get rid of, well, we don't have courtesy, right?
You don't have any.
No, we have no one in courtesy.
So,
Absolutely.
I've tried to discuss this a little bit because I'm getting a feeling that this might not pass tonight, the hazardous roads. If it doesn't pass, because we don't have a policy that states anything about courtesy busing currently, the way we know it, it would just go back to courtesy busing. We would just go back to having mandated courtesy and subscription unless someone made a motion to change that. So yeah, so this is what I've been discussing. I think Anthony Giordano can talk more to that, right?
So the board, if this policy isn't passed, then we would just do the status quo of what the district has always done. The board itself has to make a motion if it wants to change how we've been busing students, I guess, ad nauseam. since
Understood.
before I got here, yeah.
Understood. I don't have a scenario for that. So I'm happy to make a scenario for that if that's the route that the board chooses to go. I will say that if the second scenario that we discussed was that if the hazardous road policy does not pass, we would have students transported, and I guess that's the motion you're referring to would need to be made. Students would be transported based on their state qualifying number, whether they're further than 2 miles or further than 2.5 miles. If that is the case, then you would not have a subscription bus program at Mary Kay or a Mountain Park because there are 0 students who qualify for the bus. There's no one in either one of those schools that lives further than 2 miles to either of those schools. So you would not have a subscription bus program, again, which is that this would be the 4th year. The other school that would be affected would be Columbia. We currently have, I believe, 46 students that use the subscription bus program, and we lost some of those last year because we didn't know if we were going to be able to have that program. And if you remember, right before we were able to work it out and get those students a seat on the bus. So we have 46 students about that take it to Columbia. The way the estimated numbers look right now, we would not be able to offer any of those students a subscription bus if we're just transporting based on mandated numbers.
Mrs. Khanna, did you have a question?
I did, and sort of going back 1 year, when I go back to the question or the problem that we were trying to solve last year, was this inequity of there are students in the district that get a service and they don't pay for it. There are students in the district, potentially the same street, who are getting the service and they're having to pay for it. So at sort of, if I look at it at the most basic level, the inequity was coming through the fact that we were offering a service for free, whereas making somebody else pay for the same service on the same bus. There was no policy established to put this inequitable system in place, as far as I can tell. There is no policy, there was no board resolution, there was nothing officially done. My understanding is that all of this, at some point, somebody made a decision. It was probably, come through the transportation into the budget, and we have been providing the service for as long as we have been. So if I go back to the principle of, if we want this to be equitable for everybody, which is if you are within the 2 or the 2.5 mile radius from the school that you are supposed to go to, you don't get busing. You are eligible for busing for just beyond those distances. In the way I have understood the policy, and I've repeatedly asked for the data, I've repeatedly asked for the rubric, and I haven't seen anything. When I look at what is being proposed by the consultants, the first question in my mind was, there are a lot of cul-de-sacs that are in that list. I have no explanation. I have no understanding of why they're on the list. What am I approving them on the basis of what? If somebody was to ask me that question, I would say, I don't know. That's not a good answer for a process that has taken us 1 year to get to this point, which is, if we need to make an informed decision on making a policy, we need to be informed. And I can confidently say we are not informed as to why that list exists, because we haven't seen the rubric. When the consultant had the presentation, they talked about various scenarios and how you could potentially get some roads off the list by doing certain things. In the absence of the scoring in the rubric, I have no idea if putting a crossing guard on a certain street is going to be a good way to get that street off the hazardous road list. I have no idea, because we don't know what was the scoring. How did that street end up in that list in the first place? We don't know if there was a DPW, let's go paint the roads better for that street to get off the list that's on the hazardous list right now. We have no idea. So in the absence of that information, I'm not going to be able to be, supportive of a policy, which in the end is going to be another way to do exactly the same thing that we've been doing over the past few years, or many years perhaps. Whereas our mission last year was, we need to get to an equitable answer here.
You are correct. Mistakes were made in the past, and we are attempting to rectify those mistakes by bringing in a third independent party. As I understand it, Mrs. Sheehan, if we approve the policy, next year, we could look again at hazardous roads with our rubric and make any changes that we seemed necessary.
Absolutely.
How would we do that? When we don't understand the rubric in the first place, how can we change something?
Well, so
Are we
I
going to
think
call the
this is
consultant
where-
again?
This is where overreach runs in, right? Because we are a board that takes recommendations from the district. So I would never remove a road without the transportation department telling me, hey, things haven't been improved in this road. I've worked with the police and we believe that this road is now ready to be taken off the hazardous policy. I would never be able to tell you guys, hey, I think we should change this policy and remove certain roads. That would be inappropriate of me. As far as the cul-de-sac question goes, right, I think I have covered that a couple of times where McMain for elementary, right, we're talking McMain, Diamond Hill, some of Emerson and some of Horseshoe are too dangerous in those areas to cross, which allows everyone in the cul-de-sac to not be able to cross those roads safely. That's where that comes in, right? So when you look at McMain, I forget the road that's off of it. Is it Ridge?
Tip Top Way.
Right. So Tip Top Way, Ridge, right? That's all off of McMain. So because McMain is really the problem, those kids cannot safely get to school. So we put them on the list.
Those are
Mrs.
just one.
Sheehan.
If I look at the list for, I think this is the list for GL.
So
The one with the
GL,
one with the maximum number of roads on it. And I mean,
but
just
again,
fundamentally,
GL, it's mostly Diamond Hill.
no, it's
right?
not. It's a bunch of streets on the
So
list.
the
And
the small ones, which I did
sorry.
state,
just
No,
let me
but-
let me complete what I'm saying. To me, it's not necessarily about one street or the other. It is the principle of how are we coming up with this list in the first place. And to your point is, if we are going to go back and look at this again, how do we know that a list can be off the list, a street can be off the list if we don't know how it got in the list in the first place?
back to what I said before, the principal idea is that we do not put the roads on the list.
We are
No, we are not.
Yes,
We
if
are not. We
appro-
are being
if-
recommended to us.
If we are
It was
approving the policy,
recommended to the policy committee that these roads be put in hazardous. We do not get to decide which roads are hazardous. We
At
should
a-
never,
at a
ever.
minimum, we need to understand the basis of the recommendation. That's all we are asking for.
We had a whole presentation and I said it tonight, right? They based it off of multiple things: roadway, walkways, student grade level, and extraordinary conditions. We know what they looked at. And it's common sense if you look at these roads, right? So Diamond Hill, we know it's a problem, right? My kids laugh at me because I call the police all the time because some drama has happened on that road and it is dangerous. So we know, but I also want to make sure that everybody is aware, this is not courtesy busing, right? This is hazardous busing. And why some roads are on the courtesy right now will be on the hazardous. Those are the same, but there are plenty of students who will lose busing even if we pass this. So this is not courtesy busing. This is making it equitable and it is making it in writing. These people are getting it because they live on hazardous roads. So when Mrs. Sheehan gets questions, because she will, she can say, this is why, because it's on a hazardous road. That's why your neighbor is getting busing and why you are not. Just like in the mandated part, we have people who are at 1.9 and they get really mad because their neighbor at 1.1 or 2.1 get busing and they get really mad, but we have something to show them.
So
Right
just
now,
Stay with that
we
point.
don't know, but that's what I'm saying is we don't have anything.
Stay with that point.
But you're
The
trying
1.9,
again.
stay with the point. It is measurable. 1.9 versus 2, 2.1, 2.5, you can measure that. The way this policy is right now, there is no measurement. There is no measurement available. So
There was a rubric
did-
that they used and they measured it based off roadway,
Haven't-
walkways,
haven't-
student
haven't
grade
seen
level
the
and
rubric.
extra. Right, but we shouldn't because then we would start making decisions.
Mrs. Sheehan, can you give us any information on this?
So you guys are, you're all thinking of it in two different ways. Neither one is probably wrong. When you look at the expert that came in, you have a state trooper who's a retired state trooper. He's certified in school safety, school traffic safety. He came, he looked at, I mean, I drove them around 2 times for a very long time. He came on his bicycle several times, drove around. He did his own, his rubric to determine what it is. Some of the cul-de-sacs that are listed there, you have Tip Top Way, you have Lackawanna, maybe that's another one you're referring to. I mean, you can spew them out. I know where they all are, but you know, those roads are roads that would need to cross a dangerous road. I don't believe that I don't believe that there's a road on there that I, as a transportation person, I mean, this is my 9th school year, that I would say doesn't belong on there.
Mrs. Dolly.
So With respect to the rubric, when we did ask Mr. Juskowitz to reach out to the transportation consultant, because during the presentation, they did say we can definitely access it, we ultimately got a rubric that was used for Scotch Plains. So even putting aside like the actual scoring of the roads, I don't even know what the rubric, a blank slate for the rubric looks like for Berkeley Heights. And then finally, I think having the rubric and the independent scoring would allay a lot of the questions that the public might have. Crossing Springfield is also dangerous, right? Maybe crossing railroad tracks was like a layman, I might think is dangerous, but maybe the rubric will explain to me why it's not. So I think I don't understand why we wouldn't want to see it. We're not picking roads, but we are putting something on a policy. And while we may have questions about why certain roads are there or not, the rubric would help us answer that. And then we would not pick the roads. We would say, oh, look, here is what the scoring was, and this is what we take.
Do you think that if you had the rubric, with all due respect, do you think if you had the rubric that people are not going to question you and say, no, I don't believe that that's true?
No, I'm sure they will, right?
That's what I worry about
Yeah,
for all of you.
Everyone's gonna have questions, but I can't just say like, oh, because it's on a list. I could say, oh, it's on the list because an independent consultant looked at it and scored it X, Y, and Z relative to every single other road and used the same measure for every road. And that's how I can point to it. It's measured, it's actual. Here, I don't know.
You really could say that now because they did that.
But I haven't seen it. So if they've done it, why can't we see it?
I don't think you want to see it.
We do want to see it, Kelly.
Because you want to choose roads.
I'm not, I promise you, I will not choose the roads. I want to see it because I'm voting on something and I don't. I only brought it as an example because somebody from the community had emailed. And that's right, I would like to understand why, I'm not picking it, but I'd like to understand why something is deemed hazardous and why something is deemed not hazardous. I would think crossing railroad tracks would be a hazardous thing for a young person to do.
He did. And New Jersey Transit, they have a stance on it. Our railroad tracks in our town have the little gate on the side that stops you on the sidewalk. And that's what deems our railroad track a safety.
Perfect. So why not show that to us in a rubric?
As a transportation professional, I know that. Yeah.
But then,
So I do know, I mean, I could speak to it. It's
Wouldn't have in there. Right, so the rubric, right, so I know you said it has Scotch Plains in there. It has Scotch Plains at the very bottom. It just says Scotch Plains. It doesn't have any numbers, doesn't have any roads listed. So it's their rubric that they use. Again, if I saw that over by Woodruff and the kid has to go to Hughes, if I saw the number 12 on there, that wouldn't tell me whether or not the railroad is dangerous, right? So it would just be a 12. I would have to just take it as it is because again, we are not the experts. We hired experts to do this. My biggest thing with this policy, if it doesn't pass, is that we brought in someone to tell us where hazardous roads are. And by not accepting this, I'm a little bit worried that then we put ourselves in an issue because we hired someone to come in and tell us that these are hazardous. And then we're going to say, well, we're not going to have a hazardous road policy. So I am worried.
So Gail, just
Yes.
please, one final question. We mentioned also that in a year, we can revisit this. And again, the board would not be deciding which roads come on or off. It would be the transportation consultant or the transportation personnel. So does that mean we have to hire an independent consultant again?
No, it does not. We have our transportation consultant, the person who's the most highly qualified to be able to look at that and look at it again. And if she needs to go to outside source, she could.
But I guess my question then is why did we need to hire one now if our transportation, personnel knows the roads inside and out? And if she's able to make the decision in a year without going to external, consultants?
A mistake was made years ago that we are rectifying. We did not want to take that responsibility on as board members. So we hired an independent consultant to come in to do it for us.
Right, but the question I'm asking is, I'm saying, forget the board. The board is not going to make the decision on the roads, which roads are hazardous. But if Mrs. Sheehan in a year's time is going to go and revisit the roads and maybe some come off, again, not by the board, but by the transportation folks, my question is, why did we need to hire a consultant this time around if Mrs. Sheehan has the knowledge to understand which roads are hazardous or not.
We are getting the most highly trained professionals that we could, and we paid money for them to do this service for us. Mrs. Sheehan will carry on from there.
I don't think that she knows how to deem a road hazardous at this point because she wasn't shown this information from them. Am I correct?
Correct. I had nothing to do with the list that was made. I think part of the reasoning being an outside consultant, the board made a decision last year that we needed an outside unbiased person to come in and look at it and make determinations for us as to what was happening to eliminate the courtesy busing, make it fair for everyone. And they have obviously given recommendation that we put a hazardous road policy in place. They have then put that together for us based on their expertise and can pass that on to us for certain. I will tell you that I wouldn't have changed that list though if I did it myself.
And we'll be receiving hazardous road compensation from the state after a year of going
Correct.
through this process and
Yes.
receiving money from the state, which we have missed out on for all these years.
And I believe AJ said earlier that it'll take about a year. After the first year is when we would know
Well,
how much we got.
The consultant said that from their expertise because
Correct.
I've never been through that before.
Dr. Forager.
Okay, I need to correct some things here. You say you're eliminating courtesy busing, but you're just renaming it. You're calling it hazardous busing. And the truth is that there's only two types of busing according to the state. There's the mandated, which they call the students are eligible because they meet the mileage requirement. Everything else is courtesy busing, okay? Now, within courtesy busing, you can charge. So that's subscription busing, but it's still courtesy busing because courtesy busing is only defined by mileage. Now, as to this idea of we may bus you, we may charge you, that is leaving it up to the staff. We are the board. We have to define who gets charged. That's up to us. That's a policy decision, a budget decision actually each year. So you can't just leave that kind of decision up to your staff. You have to give them direction. Now, as to the criteria, if you do not put this in the policy, how is each one arrived at? Then you don't know when you need to revisit that. Okay, somebody makes an improvement to that area. They put in a sidewalk, maybe they paint a crosswalk, maybe they do something to the street. Then you need to revisit, is that still a hazardous route? So that should be in the policy. We should show how we arrived at this. If we have an objective I won't call it objective. We have the consultant's criteria. We have their rubric. That should be actually part of the policy. Okay, we should disclose all that. There should be no secrets here.
Sorry.
Yeah. But now it's very interesting. I listened to what are the hazardous roads. There were four mentioned, and Mountain Avenue was not on it. Neither was Springfield. That's kind of interesting. I would have thought Lackawanna Boulevard, a cul-de-sac, which does qualify as a hazardous route, was probably because you have to cross Mountain Avenue. You get 100 points in the rubric if you have to cross a hazardous road. So I don't know how Lackawanna Boulevard gets there. I know, and it's very strange. Why wouldn't Mountain Avenue be declared hazardous?
Okay. Mrs.
Not all the way.
Dr.
So-
Berger, will you let Mrs.
Yeah.
Sheehan answer some of your questions on the definition of?
Yeah, I
legal
wanted
things?
to go back
Yeah.
that I made,
Yeah.
I went and got my pen. I went and got a note. So
Um,
you are absolutely correct. As far as the state is concerned,
Mhm.
when we submit our DRTRS, District Report of Transported Resident Students every year, everyone falls into courtesy. That doesn't mean that it's courtesy as we saw it before, where we had people making deals saying, oh yeah, you want the bus? Okay, you can have the bus.
Hmm.
That's basically what was happening.
Mhm.
So that is not what this means, though. This means that as a board, we as administration have put to the board a recommendation for a hazardous road policy. That does not mean that these are people who one person lives here, the other person lives here, they cross at the same place, but because this person had a friend, they got the bus. That is absolutely not what this is. So will the hazardous bus people roll up into courtesy on our DRTRS? Yes, they will. Will the subscription bus, did you say stop? Oh.
Not all of them. Some of them will roll into hazardous.
Correct. The hazardous bus people will roll up into courtesy on our DRTRS.
Mhm.
The subscription bus people have already been rolling up. And that was one of the questions that came from somebody like months and months ago about why are her numbers so off? The numbers are not off. They're just, the state designates the numbers differently than we are discussing. So the subscription bus people, they roll up into courtesy as well.
Mhm.
So that's why the courtesy bus number looks like, oh my gosh, we have so many courtesy bus people. But in reality, the subscription bus people are there, the hazardous people. Now, some of these people probably should have been hazardous for the last, 20 years, but there was never a designated policy that was put into place. So here is the policy. If you choose to adopt it, I mean, you're the board. You get to make that determination. If you think that there's more discussion that needs, we are coming down to the end of what we're going to be able to commit to for September. And if you're not ready to do it and we're not going to rush through it to do it differently, then we just need to figure out what the next step is in terms of transporting people to school in September.
So if we pass the first reading of this policy, and we're looking at it again, you would be able to be on track to move ahead to inform the parents and the students of what's happening. And then we would have our town meeting and you'd be able to identify and talk to parents about it.
Right. Let me ask you a question. And then the other thing that Dr. Forger said was we should have criteria added to the policy so people know exactly what the reasoning is for the determination. And I don't know the answer to this, if the policy on the first reading is passed tonight, are we able to go back and make a change to it? We're not. We're not. Oh.
Policies can always be changed.
Yes.
In fact,
But then can it pass for?
According to what we usually do, we usually go back to first reading, and that would not make it available for you for next month. So I think that's what we have been doing. I know Dr. Giordano has some different ideas on how that looks, because from his experience, so maybe we wouldn't have to necessarily. But actually the regulation does have listed in their criteria for hazardous roads, and all of the rubric that the company used does fall into those areas. I did look into that in the regulation. So I don't think it would be necessary to go back
To add more to.
to that policy,
Let
because
me-
if you look at other districts, like we looked at another district and that was sent to, I think, the finance committee, they did not have the criteria listed there either. So it's not like we are doing something that we shouldn't be doing.
If we went to May 7th for a second reading, would that be far behind for you?
It's not really, I mean, no, everything is doable, but the longer we wait to give people their designation of what they're getting, it's just, I like to give people some time to say, yeah, I'd like to pay the $1,000 or I'd like to, I don't know. So May 7th, and then you're giving them until, yeah, it's absolutely doable. If you got a second reading on May 7th, we would then go out the following week. That week, we would go out with our letters to say you are getting transportation or you're not. And then the following week, we would have the town hall, and then we would just start to.
I'd
work.
suggest that you brought up some concerns here today. Let's put them in writing. Whatever committee you want to meet, whether that's policy, finance. I don't know about finance at this point in time. Put them together. Let's discuss this and let's see if we can come back for a first reading at our next meeting. And hopefully we can get something together for a second meeting. Now, again, you brought up some points. Let's get those together and let's meet.
So I do worry though, because once again, this is just delaying the decision. And I do feel like a lot of these questions have been answered. They've been asked and answered over and over. It's just that some people just don't like the answer, but we've spent an hour, right, with Ms. Sheehan in the finance committee, right? I've spent time with Ms. Sheehan going over this, especially after the policy, right? When I answered a ton of questions, I made sure I talked to Giordano, what happens if the policy doesn't pass? So we have gone over this ad nauseum. We also know that we have a budget to pass by May 7th. And we need to make sure that we are ready for that. So again, I'm not really sure what other answers we can give you. I've just heard a lot of, I want the rubric and I want to see the number of the road. And again, right, like Ms. Sheehan hasn't even seen the numbers for all the roads because again, she doesn't want to be responsible for the one choosing it because she has neighbors too, right? And she needs to be able to say, no, this is from the transportation company, right? This is what they deemed hazardous. They went through our roads. It was a state trooper. They know this. And then they worked with the police department to say, hey, maybe these are some areas we can fix. And then they will come back to us and we can change this again. I know I've said it before. We can add money to the hazardous routes. I just don't think it's a good idea to do it this year because we are behind, right? And it will just delay this. And we don't know how much state aid we'll get. What if we get a good, decent amount of state aid next year and we won't have to charge parents as much for hazardous routes? And we know that this current hazardous routes fits in our budget this year. So I'm not sure why we would continue to delay it. I'm just not seeing the reason why we would continue to delay it because the questions have been asked and answered. And we know, right? So even our 126 students for subscription busing, that's an estimate, right? Of revenue that would come in $126,000. We know, as the finance committee learned, it would actually go down because we would have less spots available because we would not be able to give it to CMS and we would not be able to give it to Mary Kay and we would not be able to give it to Mountain Park. So some of the kids on the hazardous routes wouldn't even be able to get subscription busing next year.
So
just
can I say, oh, you can go
Okay,
ahead,
well,
Natasha.
it just seems that have we looked at other alternatives? For example, somebody, a community member suggested a while ago, that perhaps you have staggered starts to the school days. And also the subscription busing is also predicated on having a bus route for either mandated or qualified. Can we not have subscription busing offered to potential bus routes? Like if the policy doesn't pass for Mary Kay and Mountain Park, just purely a subscription bus.
That was something that we talked about, and if the policy does not pass, we're going to have to go out to rebid our routes. So we're going to have to go out to rebid. We are likely going to be fully staffed in September, so we would need less contracted routes than what we would need. We have no idea what those would cost because we are at the liberty of whoever decides to bid on our routes. The last time we went out to bid for a student was the only contractor that came in. They came in 62% higher. Now that was a pre-COVID, post-COVID, increase, but it certainly would be higher than what it is now. I don't know that it would be responsible to add a route and charge. I think you would end up not making the money back on that subscription route.
Mrs. Sheehan, if we also contract out, we don't have any control over those drivers and their vetting. Is that true? But if we have our own drivers here, we know who these individuals are.
Correct. I mean, their drivers are vetted though. They all
Right.
have to go through the same
Right.
very stringent
Okay.
process of becoming a bus driver.
Mrs. Bradford, can I say this? I went and searched on New Jersey Department of Ed and New Jersey School Finance because this is the budget time. They have a very nice questionnaire, and one of the FAQs, and I did share it with some of us, is I'm going to read this one question, and then I have 2 points. Is it a district's responsibility to provide transportation for students who live less than remote? And remote in definition by the Department of Ed is 2 miles to an elementary school and 2.5 miles to a high school. So is it a district's responsibility to provide transportation for students who live less than remote from school when hazardous road conditions exist? The answer on the New Jersey School Finance side. Boards of education are not required by law to provide busing for students who live less than remote, which is 2 miles and 2.5 miles from school, even for safety reasons. However, boards are permitted at their own discretion and expense to provide transportation for students who reside less than remote from school and may charge the students' parents or legal guardians for this service. Municipalities may also contract with boards of education for this service and charge the parents. This transportation service is called subscription busing. So my 2 questions are, what is preventing us at this time, if we are unable to pass this policy, from sending an email to everybody, which the transportation department has, and saying, hey, we are unable to come to a conclusion. So if you want to ride the bus starting next school year, which is 2024, 2025, you have to pay $1,000. This is coming from the Department of Education. What is preventing us from doing it?
'Cause we
Number two, as a publicly funded school district, without seeing supporting data, without having clear objective criteria, I feel it is reckless on the part of us as elected representatives to designate 65 streets without seeing what the rubric or what the supporting data is and how these streets were identified.
Mrs.
Thank
Sheehan,
you.
can you address that at all?
I know exactly the FAQ you have. I've published that before, actually.
Thank you.
So yes, there's nothing that stops you from charging for someone to do that. The problem with not adopting it is that you then go back to rebidding your transportation, which obviously takes time. We have time to do that. But you go out to rebid your transportation, you're going to be rebidding less routes because you're not going to have enough required people to allow for the subscription part of what you're referring to.
How would
So-
we know that, Mrs. Sheehan? How would we know? Have you sent a survey or have you even
Well,
sent
I
an
know-
email? No, have you sent and asked, sought feedback from people who currently ride courtesy, mandated and non-mandated? Without,
I have not done that. I'm happy to do that. We've discussed that in the finance committee. I'm 100% happy to do that tomorrow. But my point to you is, and I think that you might have missed this, is that we do not have enough seats to help with those people. We would not have a route at Mary Kay or Mountain Park. So those students would be no subscription again for the 4th year. Columbia, our biggest kind of user of it, we wouldn't be able to do that because we would only need, 2 buses at Columbia based on the qualified number of students.
no, but my question is, we're making all this determination that we don't have buses, but I did look at the document that you created for us. If we approved the policy, you were going to have 17 buses. If hazardous policy was in place, you said there will be 17 buses. If the hazardous policy was not passed, you said 14 buses. So how is it equitable? And I have heard.
What do you mean equitable? Can you go?
If the policy is passed, you're going to have 17 buses. If the policy is not passed, you're going to only have 14 buses. What is stopping us as a school district, if the policy is not passed, sending an email and saying, hey, this is what the New Jersey Department of Education says. This is the FAQ. If you've published it before, I have not seen it on our district website. Publish it, put it in your email and say, if you want to ride the bus next year, this is what you have to pay for. The second thing that I've heard it and multiple times today, the rubric was based on, do you have a walkway, ease to cross? Well, come say that to people who live by me. Elementary school children were told during pandemic that you can just walk across a train tracks. How is that? And whoever this consultant was, I wanted to ask him this, but I was not allowed to ask this basic question. We keep calling them an expert. How many peer-reviewed papers or research have they presented? Who has evaluated this rubric, which has clearly data from Scotch Plains? And you are expecting us to blindly look at this data.
I'm not expecting you to do anything.
Yeah.
I am not expecting you to do
No,
one
but
thing.
it is put.
You're going to make your own decision, and I am like, whatever you guys decide,
No,
I will go
all-
to and make it
With all
work.
due respect, Mrs. Sheehan, that if this resolution is on here, it has been vetted by a committee.
Correct.
And we are expected to trust the experts. The experts have given us data without supporting information, with data from Scotch Plains, with mentions of Route 22. And I am not comfortable.
Understood. I
an-
respect your
Yes,
opinion
thank
for
you.
certain.
I thank you all for the discussion. We're going to close the discussion now, Mrs. Sheehan. Thank you so much for your time this
You're
evening
welcome.
and for answering these questions. Okay. So we've had a motion, we've had a second. District resolutions A through F. All board members except Mr. Hyman is not going to be able to vote on policy 8600. District bylaws, policy, regulations, study, and first reading resolved that the Berkeley Heights Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the superintendent, approves the following district bylaws, policies, regulations for study and first reading. I would like to go through just this one before a vote. Is that possible? Or Just the policies. Could we just vote on the policies?
Sure.
Just give me 1 second. I just want to.
The motion was A through F.
Oh,
It c-
sorry.
It can be
You're right.
amended, but the motion was.
The
A through F.
motion was A through F.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Hyman. Okay, we're going to go through it and we need a roll call then. Sorry,
So we're keeping it as is, correct?
keeping it as is.
And Mr. Hyman, he cannot vote on policy 8600 and regulation. Both.
It would just be a regulation, like it's based on how we use our buses.
Well, neither one of them he has to abstain from, or can't vote. All right, Mrs. Stanley.
Yes, A through E. I'm going to abstain on F.
A through E, and you're abstaining on F. Mrs. Penna,
Yes on A through E, no on F.
Ms. Akiri,
Yes on policy 2270. I'm abstaining on policy 3161, which is B.
so 3161, you're abstaining.
Yes. And
1161, you're abstaining as well.
yes. And it's a no on 6421, 8600 policy and the regulation 8600.
Hold on. So 6421 is a nay.
Yes. The rest of the policies are all nay, 8600 and the regulation 8600.
Only the first one, 2270, was an A.
Yes, yeah,
And we're doing A through F here, correct?
yes. So B is a yes, approve professional development days and travel reimbursement. C is a yes. D is a no. E is a,
Can you just kindly, just to make things easier?
Yeah.
Just give me let me know what you're saying no to.
do you want me to repeat the policy stuff too?
No, the policies I'm fine with.
Okay.
Just let me know your no's,
Okay,
and then the rest are yeses. Because
Okay.
that's where my confusion lies.
okay, D is a no, which is approve report of superintendent. And
So where are we with B?
B is a yes.
Okay, so you said D is a no. What else
Yes.
is a no?
And E is a yes, and F is a yes.
B is a yes.
Yeah, approve professional development days travel reimbursement is a yes. C is a yes, approve development additional expenses, yes. D, approve superintendent. I think this is the HIB, it's a no. E is approve uniform memorandum of agreement, that's a yes. F was the new resolution that got added on, that's a yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Forger,
Okay, on the policies, I'll give yes on 2270, yes on 3161, yes on 4161. No on 6421, no on policy 8600, and no on the regulation 8600. On professional development days, that's item B, that's a yes. Approve professional development additional expenses, C, that's a yes. Superintendent's report. No, I'm gonna list three of them that are no. 257493 MKM. If I go too fast, stop me, okay?
So we're on D right now, correct?
We're on D, yes.
Okay,
So there are three HIBs that I'm voting no on. First one is 257,493 MKM.
all right, hold on. I don't have room in here, so just bear with me one moment.
Okay,
So, which three cases are you not voting?
I'm voting no on three of them, 257,493,
257,493.
yes.
Next one,
258,012,
258,012,
012, and 258,434,
258.
034,
Oh.
258,434.
434.
Yeah, and then there are some other ones I vote yes to.
Okay, I just need the no's for those.
Yeah.
That's for D.
Okay, then a uniform state memorandum of agreement is a yes. And the item F is a yes.
Okay, Mr. Hyman?
I'm a yes to all except for the two 8600s, which I'm not voting on. so,
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm. Ms. Jolly?
So I'm a yes on policy 2270, 3161, and 4161. And I'm a no on 6421, 8600, and regulation 8600. Yes to B, yes to C, yes to D, except case 257493 MKM,
Wait, hold on.
257493 MKM.
That's the only one?
That's the only one.
Okay.
Yes, to-
Just, let me just, I have to go back with the policy. So you had 2270 was a yes, 6421 was a nay, and both 8600 was no's.
correct. Also a yes on 3161 and 4161. So there are three policies that were yeses.
3461, and what was the other one?
No, it's 3161 and 4161.
4161, and what was the other? I'm sorry?
3161.
3161, okay.
So so one more time, yes on 2270, 3161, and 4161.
Got it, okay.
And no's to the rest.
So I had B and C was a yes.
Correct. B and C were yeses. D is a yes, except case,
257493,
correct?
okay.
Yes on E and yes on F.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Khanna?
I'll make it easy, hopefully. Yes on everything except policy 6421, policy 8600, regulation 8600.
So that's 6421, 8600 on both or nays,
Correct.
and you have yes for everything else?
That's right.
Okay, and Ms. Bradford?
Yes to A, B, C, D, E, and no to F.
Okay. I'm gonna need a few minutes to tally these votes for the nays, so it looks like 6421 and 8600, we're at 4 nays on those. So those three do not pass. The HIB cases, we have 3 of those, 1 of those. So it looks like the HIB cases have passed. It looks like F passes. And here, this is 6421, 8600, 8600 regulation. Okay, those three do not pass on the policy. A through E. As it looks, those are the only three with policy and it looks like everything else passes. Now, I want to go back because I'm looking back at one other vote that I've seen before in the minutes. C did pass. I want to make sure and note that because we did have an abstention and the votes were 4-3 that it did pass. And that was letter C, regular session minutes from February 26th. We had 4 people that did approve, 3 that did not, and 1 abstention. So it does pass. Just making note.
Mr. Giordano, so we officially have not passed the transportation policy and the hazardous routes on it. So as of right now, we will continue with mandated courtesy and
Well,
subscription.
we do have an acting superintendent now, so that question's probably left up to him. But for right now, from
That's
my
our
standpoint, the
viewing.
board needs to give the administration some direction on what it wants to do, so we can let Ms. Sheehan, they let the acting superintendent and the business administrator know, so they can give direction and figure it out.
Okay.
As I suggested earlier, there's concerns and questions. If you can bring forth those things if you want to do it as a group, questions that came up tonight, rubric, everything else that you wanted, bring them to me. And we'll go from there, meet as a group committee, whatever it is, maybe policy committee, whatever that might be. Well, the sooner we do that, the better that we can be prepared for that next meeting and go from there.
I have a follow-up. Where is this assumption that if just because the policy did not pass, automatically courtesy busing continues? These concerns have been raised since last year, the year before. There is nothing that the administration has instituted in writing that we are going to continue courtesy busing. And what we have been told since last budget session, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dipti, you were on the finance committee and Mrs. Penna, that we were going to do this and we were going to take our time, do it right. And we came up with a policy and this was not voted. So that doesn't automatically turn this over into whatever was in existence.
That was my point earlier. There is nothing which states that we will have to provide courtesy busing. As far as I can tell, there's nothing in the policy. This was a practice that was followed, and I think when we were in the budget conversation last year, we came close to saying we will not provide it for 2023, 2024 at that point in time. So my understanding is that there is nothing automatic about it.
Thank you.
We did take our time. We told everybody that we would get a consultant in, that we'd bring somebody in with expertise to make those determinations, and we've done that. So I don't know what you're saying. We took our time.
I'm
We didn't
actually.
just determine that we were going to do it. We
Mrs.
took our
Mena,
time.
you didn't hear my question. I said you were going to take your time. You took your time. Policy committee came up with a recommendation of hazardous policy. It did not pass. My clarification from you guys on the finance committee last year is just because the policy did not pass for hazardous routes doesn't automatically kick in or basically say courtesy busing is still is going to be offered. I think if anything that was discussed today is basically we do not want inequitable solutions, and maybe the transportation needs to basically reach out to parents and say, if you want to continue busing, then you got to pay. Thank you.
Can I say something to that? And again, we have an acting superintendent now. So do you want him to make that decision? Because in my experience, the board should be making a decision and then we should be implementing that. We need more than just a couple of board members. I hear what everyone's saying, but Mr. Nixon and Mr. Jessowitz are going to need 5 board members to say, we no longer want to do business the way we did in the past.
That's a board decision. That
Right,
doesn't come
yeah.
from administration. That was just brought up before.
So
That's doesn't come from us.
So-
If that's your decision, you want to do that, that's something that you
No,
live with.
I'm
board.
not saying it's my decision. I'm saying there is nothing automatic about it, which was stated some time back. That
We're
we
not
are
in a
going-
new budget year yet. So when that new budget year is and this board makes that decision, that's a decision you live with and we abide by it. That's what it all comes down to.
Change transportation without a vote.
There is nothing in strict policies that says we are going to offer courtesy busing forever.
That is true, which is why we tried the hazardous policy.
My understanding is that we will have to address this through the finance committee. Because this
I think-
changes,
yeah.
so if we don't have a policy in place, this changes the assumptions that are being made in the budget. And this is exactly the scenario that we discussed on Friday. Scenario number 2, in the absence of a hazardous policy, we have to go back to the drawing board to make sure that our costs and revenues are in line in that scenario.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to education. Resolutions A through F, all board members. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion.
So I just wanted to ask, Dr. Giordano, so I know last year we were able to get all of our K through 5 into field trips. And I know that after COVID, that has been very difficult, especially because of busing and even with getting substitute nurses, it has been very difficult. Do you think we are on track for all K through 5 to be on a field trip this year?
Everyone is already booked for a field trip this year. We're all good to go.
I see that our kindergartners at Mary Kay McMillan, I think, are going to the fire department, so I'm excited for that. I think that will be really fun for them. Thank you, Dr. Giordano.
Any other discussion? Mrs. Jolly?
Just a quick question. For item E, the approve additional contract to serve, is this something that's already budgeted for, or because I think if my math is right, and it's a little rusty right now, so it's what, another like $7,000, $7,000, $8,000 additionally. So just wondering where that is going to come from, what line item?
Is that through the grant, Mr. Jesowitz, the idea grant now? And I think you're right. We should put on the budget whether things are budgeted or not budgeted. I think that would be clarified for everyone. But again, that's someone else's decision.
It's going to be coming out of the CST budget. Off the top of my head, I don't know, but I know he has services all budgeted in there.
So when you say CST,
Child study team budget.
Study team's job.
I'm sorry.
I have a question on P, approve. I think the start date for this employment is.
We're on education right now. Any other okay, if there's no other discussion, we'll go for a roll call vote.
Mr. Hyman,
Yes to all.
Ms. Penna, Ms. Akiri,
We are in education, right?
correct.
Yes, and education,
It's A through F.
Who?
It's on page 6.
okay, A through F. I think it's a yes to everything. Hold on a second. Yeah. Just had a question on that F, like what has changed? Like, why is this recommendation coming in now?
I have to defer to,
On F, the retirement of staff,
Okay.
because
No,
he's
no, no.
retiring. So the board just reviewed, and that's F.
No, that,
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, hold on.
Other psychiatrist.
F, that's what the child's teams needs. They need extra services. They need students that are being sent
so
out.
we
being tested.
already have one and we are.
We have,
adding-
there's an independent psychiatric contractor. Yep.
So
We
there's
have,
a
one,
new
but we need
person.
more. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. It's a yes to all.
Dr. Forager,
Yes to all.
Ms. Jolly,
yes to all.
Mrs. Connor,
Yes to all.
Ms. Stanley,
Yes to all.
Ms. Bradford,
Still
motion passes.
moving on to personnel, resolutions A through M, all board members, resolutions N through P, Berkeley Heights only. May I have a motion, please? Second,
Second.
Who's the first?
Ms. Penna.
Thank you.
Any discussion?
Yeah, on P, why is the start date from why are we doing the start date as June 30th, 2024? And is this included in the 2023, 2024 budget on P? Yeah,
The start date seems.
I'm sorry, it's to be determined the start date, Miss. I'm sorry, Miss Hannah, go ahead.
Just to confirm, my understanding was that the start date was TBD and the end date, is that the
End
right
of
way
the
to
year,
read
yes.
it?
The start date's TBD, the end date's
Okay.
6/30/24.
And it's included in the current budget for this.
Well, yeah, we're gonna have to find the money for it because I don't know if that's I don't know if that's a replacement. Do you know that, Anthony?
From my understanding, it was a replacement.
It was a replacement, so it's already budgeted for.
Can you confirm that later?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Mr. Nixon will.
Any other discussion? Roll call?
Ms. Penna, Mr. Hyman,
Yes on items A through M.
Ms. Akiri,
It's a yes to A, B, C, no to D. Abstain on E. And yes to F, G, and H. I, yes to J. And yes to K, L. M is a no. N is a yes. And O is a yes, and a P is a yes.
so the only two I have for nay is a D and an N,
Yes.
and I
D,
have abstention as E and I.
yes.
Was that M or N?
N as in Nancy was your nay.
No, I thought it was M.
No, no, no.
I thought it was M.
M
M
as in
as in
mother.
Mary, so it was D and M as in Mary.
Yes,
That was your nays,
yes.
okay? Dr. Forger,
Yes to all.
Ms. Jolly,
Yes to all.
Ms. Connor,
Yes to all.
Ms. Stanley, Ms. Bradford,
Yes to all.
motion passes.
Can I say, I'd like to thank the board for approving that new hire, and I will, as I amend the contract, I send everyone that email. I will, once it's amended, I will send it out to everyone tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to business, resolutions A through J, all board members, resolutions K, Berkeley Heights only. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Mrs. Jolly, thank you. Second?
Second.
Mrs. Penna, second. Discussion.
So, sorry, Mrs. Bradford.
Yes.
So on item C, I think it's an error. So at the end of the resolution, there is a number stated of a maximum of 76,577 for the 24-25 school year. I think as per resolution above that in B, the maximum for 24-25 school year is higher. It's 77,151.
Hold on one moment here. One of these should not have been in it. I took one of these out. Now how it came back in? Okay, give me one moment here. 76,577.
And Mrs. Bradford, and
Yes.
there is, sorry, on item D, is, I know I made a motion, but that could have been a little too soon. So, sorry, it's a little late. On item D for the maximum expenditures, we wanted to potentially propose changing those. So I think we would need a motion, but I might be out of turn.
The motion is already on the floor. Mhm.
But a motion can always be amended.
That was 77 for last year. Then 70.
You would say, I motion to change.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'll let them figure that out first.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
Seven- well,
If
was
she,
that
if she
77,
wants to,
151, was it?
if she wants to amend D, that she should do that now, right?
We're just waiting. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
just waiting for a correction.
Okay.
C.
So it looks like in C,
Okay.
I need, that has to be on page 14. Instead of that 76,577, that needs to be 77,151. Thank you. Too many numbers I've been looking at. That's correct. Thank you very much for your help.
That's right here.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
That's correct.
So Mrs. Jolly, you wanted to make a subsidiary motion?
Doesn't matter. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. Yeah, I changed it. Thanks.
Do we want to read it out loud? So that it will be-
Oh, okay, just a second. We're gonna reread that one. Is that correct?
Yeah, the number change in that paragraph right before D.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's the second paragraph. 76,577 should, that's wrong. It should be 77,151.
Be it further resolved that the Board of Education includes in the tentative budget travel and related expenses reimbursements in accordance with NJAC 6A 23A sub chapter 7 to a maximum expenditure of $77,151 for all staff and board members for the 24-25 school year. The school business administrator will track and record these costs to ensure the maximum amount is not exceeded.
Correct.
We make amendments to both of those.
So before we vote on this, Mrs. Jolly has a subsidiary motion for,
For item D. So I'd like to make a motion to amend the legal services maximum to $150,000 and amend the public relations maximum to $10,000.
Based on what?
I'll second that.
just wait,
Discussion?
can you give a reason? Yes.
Sure. I just think that, and you've heard me speak about this quite a bit. I think the legal fees have gone on significantly. They are higher. This amount is higher than what we currently have. And I think we have to try as a board to try to bring them down by giving, an adjusted maximum and having, the powers that be who, reach out to attorneys to try to get those back down. So, I mean, if 2 years ago, was it 3 years ago? 2 years ago, it was like in the $89,000 range. So this is just my attempt to try to kind of rein it in a bit. And it's not, and 150,000 is still a significant amount. So-
My question becomes, and I'm not, what happens when those legal bills go over? I don't control those legal bills when they come in. That's what
So-
I'd like to know. What is the suggestion when we do hit that mark? What do we do?
Fair question. And the way I look at, sorry, can you still hear me?
Sure.
So the way I look at it is we are setting these as maximum. You're setting these as limits, almost as targets, right? And I think in the spirit of trying to maximize our tax dollars towards the classroom, towards the schools, towards the athletics.
Oh, believe me, I
Can
agree.
we?
Believe me, I agree with you.
I know you agree. So I think the spirit that I'm taking Natasha's amendment is, can we set a target to be more efficient with how we put the dollars towards the legal fees? Let me say that.
We had our discussions today in executive session. So
Right.
those are if there's a way to prevent those things from happening, I'd love to, because I don't want to see it go there.
Mr. Wenzel, sorry, we haven't asked a question of you. We are just debating. what
Excuse
the-
me.
What I was going to
It's-
say is your resolution says what you can do. His question is answered in the resolution. It says the board may adopt an increase through formal board action.
Right.
So,
If
thank
we
you.
If we do go over the max, we have to have a discussion about.
Well, here's the question. When it comes time for that and it goes over, I'm just going to have to probably come to you guys to say, we're going to have to go over it.
We've done that repeatedly in the past, just in the last 3 years,
Also,
including with Tom on the board as well.
yeah,
It's-
I did send an email I think yesterday, and you said that because of the timing of the budget, you weren't able to get to us. I feel publicly, we can get a listing of everything, and I think we've had that happen in 2022 where we wanted a listing of all the legal issues or claims against the district and how much we have spent. Also, we're getting reimbursements, and I've asked you this question, and and I said you can answer this later, but what are the reimbursements looking like, and why is there a
You
need?
just asked me this morning.
I sent that yesterday because based on the line item budget. Yes, so when you get a chance.
Yesterday you sent it, okay?
Because we got the line item budget
Okay,
on
but
Thursday, Mr.
Again,
Jaskowicz.
again, you sent it yesterday.
Yeah, because it takes
Okay,
15 hours to.
Again, I spent all day today answering questions and giving information to the board. And I just got done telling you, I will get to you, but you just sent it yesterday. Am I correct?
Yes.
And do I get back to people with questions and answers?
No, nothing.
Well,
see,
that's my
what is-
point. I'm
see,
getting there.
Yes, my point is, we got the detailed 95 line item budget on Thursday. We have
Sometimes
eight
I
jobs.
feel like I
Can
waste
can
my
I
time
did not-
because I just got done telling you this today, but you have to reiterate it 4 more times. I
I
go
just
out of my
simple
way to
question.
tell people this, but I seem to fall on deaf ears.
No, I'm
So,
just in.
That is
in-
that, but
In
that's how I
addition to
feel.
this discussion, if you don't interrupt me, to this amendment is, we need to look at the full picture before we authorize an increase.
Thank you. We're going to end the
Can I
discussion
just
now.
say, can I make a suggestion, Madam President? I'm sorry.
Yes.
And I think it's a good idea, Ms. Acree, to do that. And I just would, just my experience to give to you guys, if you want to take it or not. When you're looking at legal bills and we have ethics charges and things going on, a lot of that goes out to insurance, and we have a deductible for our insurance. So it may be a one-time deal of paying $10,000 for the deductible, and then all that legal fees for those is paid for. You should not get any bills for that.
It
So
is.
you need to separate what you're, I mean, when you look at it, you want to separate. You want to separate what, we pay $10,000 for the deductible, everything else we're not paying for, and then what our board attorneys are doing, and those are separate things. So there are separate numbers. I just like to throw that out to everybody.
Mrs. Stanley.
So I also we need to remember that some of this comes from special education, that some of this comes from students who are having an issue in the classroom, who we need answers from the attorney on how we can handle this situation. I think that, right, saying that we want less legal bills, I think we all want that. We all want the money spent on the students. That's, trying to say that that's not what we want. We all want that. But we've seen over and over and over, that is not what we can do, because we cannot control outside sources. We can control us, yes, how many times we go to the attorney, sure. But we have also run into major issues as a board that we have to go to the attorney. So I think that we need to take some self-responsibility for these legal bills as well, instead of just blaming the district, right? Like this is on board members as well. We're getting emails with accusations in them and incorrect information. All of that is part of the legal bill process. But by putting this number there and saying that we can only go to 150, I think you're putting us in a very difficult spot to not be able to pay attorneys when we have a student issue in the classroom. And I think that's irresponsible.
Sorry, and I think when we've had limits, as Mr. Hyman pointed out, we then the board, because we've had limits before, and then the board would vote to up them. So why not try? Because there's nothing to prevent us from breaching this limit as well before, and then coming back for a vote again. So why not try for the things that we can control to try to rein it in, to try to have a different target, as opposed to thinking like, well, we could spend up to this amount.
And I think, Natasha, to add to your point, is some of the lessons learned that we've talked about, like look at our history and wait for the report from Mr. Jaskowicz and then adjust.
So we have ended the discussion on the subsidiary motion, and we need to vote on the subsidiary motion first.
What was, you said it was 150?
So the subsidiary motion, Mrs. Jolly, if I could reinstate that you would like to change the item D, adopt 24-25 maximum expenditures for professional services under legal services from 185 to 150,000. And then under public relations from 18,000 to 10,000. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it was seconded, yes, correct. So we need a roll call count on the subsidiary motion.
Are we just voting on the? help us
We're
understand?
just doing D right at this
D
point,
or the whole thing?
Just
Just the
modif-
modification.
just doing the amendment.
Mhm.
You're not passing.
Got it.
Mrs. Jolly,
Yes.
Dr. Forager, Ms. Akiri,
Yes.
Mr. Hyman,
No.
Ms. Khanna,
Yes.
Ms. Penna,
No,
Ms. Stanley, Ms. Bradford.
Oh.
So we have a tie, which means it does not pass, correct? Yes.
Then we'll go back to the motion that we have for business adoption of resolutions A through J, all board members, resolutions K, Berkeley Heights only.
Ask one question.
Yes.
On H, the attachment that we received for this is for the utility audit. It had numbers of 50% savings for a window of, I think, 36 months, and then in the agenda it's different.
It's 40%.
It's 40%. So it changed from the attachment that they gave us.
I had negotiated it,
Okay.
and that's what I had when I was at,
I
my
figured
last
something
district.
changed between what they submitted versus
Yes,
what we're actually
yes.
agreeing to. Okay.
Yeah, and I would like to amend A, the adoption of the 2024-2025 budget to be reduced by 2.5 million. Thank you. Yeah, I move to reduce the tentative budget for 2025 by 2.5 million.
So on business, Resolution A, adoption of a 24-25 tentative budget. Resolved that the Berkeley Heights Board of Education, upon the recommendation of the superintendent and the business administrator, authorizes the submission of the 24-25 preliminary school budget to the Union County Executive Superintendent of Schools with the following fund allocations. And where would you like that, Mrs. Akiri, in the chart?
What? No, my motion, I don't have from the chart. I'm saying from the overall budget, like we discussed when the presentation was made. Yes,
The total, the bottom line, okay?
I'm just going to let you know that in 2 days, I will need to come up with $2.5 million in cuts, just to let you know. Now, during that time, I don't know if that's going to be possible and to have those discussions. Now, if this was a suggestion back 2 weeks ago, could have been possible. I don't know if that could be done and to get this all together and submitted to the county office by Wednesday.
it's, as we have discussed.
As I've stated once before, we have a preliminary budget now to be submitted by Wednesday. Preliminary, and I'm going to state that again, preliminary. We have 7 weeks from now for a final. So if, as again, Ms. Khanna, as we've stated before, there's 7 weeks to do something in between. If that is something that you wish to do during that time, I would suggest you speak to the committee chair and speak to it then. To do a $2.5 million cut in 2 days and submit all this paperwork and redo everything in that budget software is virtually impossible.
Thank you for your comments, but as I said, we got the detailed budget last Tuesday and the 95 line item budget on Thursday. So I would like to make an amendment to reduce it by 2.5 million. And we did point out where the money was.
Mrs. Akiri, are you willing to withdraw this subsidiary motion toward doing work during the after the tentative budget is approved?
No.
Do we have a second? There's no second, the motion doesn't pass. Go ahead with a roll call, please. Right. Mhm. Resolutions A through J, under business, all board members. Resolution K, Berkeley Heights only.
So we had Mrs. Jolly was the first and Mrs. Penna was the second, correct? Okay, just making sure. Miss Jolly,
So with respect to the budget, I think I'm going to abstain for now because I do want more information. I'm also going to say no on item D for legal services and public relations.
so
And
you're going to nay on D.
nay on D for legal services and public relations.
You'd have to be abstaining from the whole resolution.
Why? Maximums
I
are
don't-
separate.
If
We already had a subsidiary motion on that. And
and
it
I don't think
failed.
that you can break that up
Right.
because it's a whole motion. I don't know if you can abstain just from pieces. of it.
How is that any different than like the HIB report that has separate components? Or the policies or anything else?
She could call for a division of the question.
Okay, abstain on,
No, I'm voting no.
oh, I'm sorry, I
So
have it
on
here.
item
D,
D,
D is, I'll
a
put,
no on legal services and public relations.
okay,
Okay, yes on E, yes on F, G, H. Think yes for all the others.
G, H,
I, J, K,
we had A. You said yes to B, correct?
yeah, so the only abstain is on A and the no is just on the legal services and and the public relations, everything else is a yes.
B, C, okay. Ms. Penna?
So I'm voting yes to all. I just want to clarify that C is the amended amount, right? That we're voting on. The
That is-
77151.
That is correct,
Correct.
yes.
Just want to make sure that we're, so, yes to all.
Ms. Akiri?
I'll abstain on the budget. As we have said, I don't think we followed our own board policy on budget adoption, and we need more information, supporting information. Yes to B and C. And D, I'm gonna no on legal services and public relations, yes to the rest of the professional services
So you have D, you're going to say no, and that's for legal,
and public relations.
okay?
And it's a yes on everything and abstain on H.
So your D, that's gonna be E, F, G, and then your H through K.
It's an abstain on H and everything else is yes.
I through K. Dr. Forga,
I thought you'd never ask.
I can't wait.
Abstain on A, yes on B and C. Yes on D, except no on legal services and public relations. And yes on E through K.
Mr. Hyman,
Yes on items A through J.
Ms. Connor,
Yes on A, yes on B, C. Yes on D, except for legal services and public relations. And then yes for E through K, the rest.
Thank you. Ms. Stanley? Ms. Bradford?
Yes to all.
Okay, so we have 3 abstentions on the budget, so A passes. Let's see, we have 4 Ds. So D, let's see. D for the legal and the PR, since we have a 4-4. Let's see. The legal and a PR, if that's a 4-4 tie, and that fails. And everything else passes.
Could you repeat that? D?
D,
Mhm.
the legal and the public relations fails for that, and everything else passes.
Thank you. Moving on to Finance, Resolutions 8 through D, all board members. Mrs. Jolly, you were the designated board member to review the bills. Did you review the bills?
I did.
And?
There's, I guess maybe it was very informative, I have to say. It's a lengthy process. Yeah, so I think for the ones that I checked, and I have them highlighted here, I was able to see all of the receipts, and the staff was very kind and provided information when I needed it. So as far as the bills go, I am comfortable with the exception of one.
Thank you. So Mrs. Jolly was the designated board member and she has reviewed the bills. There were 3 undesignated board members who reviewed the legal bills for themselves, Mrs. Akiri, Mrs. Khanna, and Dr. Forager.
We reviewed all the bills, Mrs. Bradford, not just the legal.
You reviewed all the bills for yourself as undesignated board
Yes,
members.
You just read that it was just legal bills, so.
All right, I'm looking for a resolution A through D. All board members, a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay.
Mrs. Jolly?
So, yes to A, with the exception of check number 209839, and then yes to everything else.
And is that an abstention?
That is a no.
No. Mrs. Penna?
Yes to all.
Ms. Akiri?
For A, it's a yes to everything except 2 check numbers, 209893 and 209839.
839, and what was the other one?
893.
893.
Oh, actually, I wanna, that's just for A, right?
Yes.
And for B, it's a yes. And C and D, I want to abstain.
Dr. Forager?
Okay, on A is a yes, but no on 209-839, and yes to B, C, and D.
So you're voting A, C, and D, and you're also 208-839.
209-839 is a no.
And 209-8932 as well?
No. Just the one check.
Just the one check. Mr. Hyman?
Yes to all.
Mrs. Khanna?
Yes to A, except check number 209839. Yes to B, C, and D.
Mrs. Stanley? Mrs. Bradford?
Yes to all.
Okay, so we have 209839 does not pass. There's 4 for that check and 4 against. Everything else passes.
Thank you. We are now at the part where we have comments from the public on any topic. During this portion of the meeting, district residents and staff are invited to address the Board of Education on any item. The board requests that individuals state their name, town of residence, address, or school attendance for the record. All comments should be directed to the board president, and depending upon the nature and complexity of the question, it may or may not be answered during the meeting by the administration. If so, the response would occur after this public meeting of the public meeting portion conclude. Although the board may not respond to all items raised during the public forum, all public comments will be considered. The board asks the members of the public to be courteous and mindful of the rights of other individuals when speaking. Specifically, comments regarding personnel matters are discouraged and cannot be responded to by the board. Students and employees have specific legal rights afforded by the laws of New Jersey. The board bears no responsibility, nor will it be liable for any comments made by the members of the public. Please note that if any member of the public becomes disruptive during the meeting, the board president may terminate the participant's statement. Continued disruptions may result in removal from or adjournment of the meeting. Each speaker's be limited to 3 minutes in duration. Do we have any statements from the public? Oh, thank you for staying. With this,
Good for you.
we will close the public comment section and moving on to new business. Okay, discussion on increased legal spending.
I'd like to postpone that for the next meeting.
Discussion on annual professional appointments expired in December 2023.
I'd like to postpone that for the next meeting.
Discussion on attorney RFP.
So, thank you, Gail. This was an item that I had brought forth. I think it was also kind of touched upon in the last meeting. I think, we definitely need an RFP for, an attorney. There was an RFP that was referenced that was executed back in September, but it wasn't approved. The execution of the RFP was not approved by the full board, and then subsequent steps, once the RFP date was closed, were not followed. So I propose, I'd like to make a motion that we put forth an RFP for a new attorney for the school year of, I guess, beginning July 1st, 2024 through the end of June in 2025.
I second it.
So you would like to, well, we can't vote on anything in new business, but you'd like to make a motion for a resolution to be on the next agenda.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. CSA search during the two.
Hold on,
following-
I have a discussion
Oh,
and we would need to vote on it, no?
No, I want to ask that
Yeah.
question. Who's making this determination that we can't vote on
We
new
can vote,
business?
right?
It was 48 hours ahead.
Yeah.
It was raised.
Okay, only,
Okay.
okay.
So
So we.
I have some concerns on that
Yes.
though, because
Discussion.
the Finance and Facilities Committee did put out that they recommended that we told AJ to move forward and reach out to the companies that had already filled out an RFP to find out if their pricing and if they would be willing to stick with the new date. So we did, that was our recommendation to AJ to move forward with the current RFP. So I'm concerned that this is a conflict.
Let me, if I can
Yes.
clarify. What we talked about in the finance committee was AJ to go and check if their pricing would remain valid. We did not and couldn't make a determination that we would say yes or no to the RFP process, because that became a board discussion. That needs to become a board decision.
So actually, right, so there's nothing that makes us have to vote on an RFP, that's one. But two, did discuss
No,
in
no,
the,
no.
in the
We do
finance.
need to vote for an
Excuse me, I'm talking. So, right, during this discussion, we actually did talk about how if AJ went out to these companies and then we asked them to then reapply for an RFP, it would be extremely, I don't know, unprofessional to do that because we're now asking them if they will move their, if they will keep their pricing. And then we're going to go and say, well, actually you have to reapply again. So we did talk about that in the meeting.
There
This
was
is
no
not like,
decision, there was no decision made that we will only stick with the, the last RFP process, which was,
no, but we
a-
made a recommendation that to move forward so that way we could find out if the pricing would hold and if they were even
That's-
willing to go to a new date.
that's
But
all
we
we
wouldn't
asked
do
for.
that.
That's all we
right?
asked for.
I know, but why would we do that if we
were very
weren't?
categorical in saying the committee will not make a
That's
decision.
not true. I think you
Yes.
had pressure after the meeting when the minutes
No.
went out. Because I think that during the meeting, we had a really big discussion
We
about
did.
how if we do this and then we ask them to reapply, it would be extremely unprofessional to do that because we just asked them to hold their price.
We asked them
Why
if
would we
the
then go back
price,
out and ask them to reapply?
we said we would ask them if the pricing would remain valid. That is not a
But why would
commitment.
we ask
That is not a commitment. That
Well,
is
you
not
wouldn't
at
make
all
them
a
a commitment anyways because you haven't hired them. You would need to just interview them.
Thank you.
Right?
Miss-
So.
Mrs. Penna, you had a question?
So when we did the RFP process, and I don't know exactly how many attorneys have applied, and I know it was filtered to some degree, but the board or the committee didn't even get to the point where we knew who they were. Why can we not just keep them and then continue the process that we would be doing? Why does it need to go out for another RFP?
Mrs. Akiri?
Yes. So I sent this email to the board secretary and I want to reiterate the same thing here. So after I saw the minutes and I saw that they were going to renegotiate, like reconfirm the rates. So what I sent was regarding the RFP for attorneys, I had contacted New Jersey School Boards Association for the advice given, NJSA 18A:18A-4.3. Competitive contracting initiated by Board of Education Resolution Process Administration. 47A, in order to initiate competitive contracting, the Board of Education shall pass a resolution authorizing the use of competitive contracting each time specialized specialized goods or services enumerated in section 45 of PL 1999 C440 are desired to be contracted. If the desired goods or services have previously been contracted for using the competitive contracting process, then the original resolution of the Board of Education shall suffice. So please note, I cannot find a resolution by Board of Education in 2023 to use it to issue an RFP. So because the process, Mrs. Penna, of collecting these responses did not follow the state statute. I confirmed it twice with the legislative head in New Jersey School Boards Association, and I also looked online on what the state statute says.
So that
So-
means we would need to go back out for the RFP for the food services. Because we didn't vote on that either.
Yes, because if this was not.
So we have
follow-
illegal food services this year?
So, Ms. Stanley, with all due respect, I am stating the point that the RFP for the attorneys, the initial process did not follow the state statute. So you can consider it as like a corrupted file or whatever. And if the board didn't vote on it, so you can say, we are going to go back and use those responses that we got.
Thank you for
Mrs. Penna.
confirming that after you saw the minutes, you were upset about moving forward with the RFP.
Mrs.
I
Penna?
did not say that. And Mrs.
Mrs.
Bradford,
Penna?
Mrs. Bradford, I would really appreciate, there has been a lot of back and forth talk happening. So
I'm
I would really
asking-
appreciate everybody to be professional here.
I'm asking, Mrs. Penna has the floor.
So AJ, I don't remember if you were, are you saying that the process that was not correct?
I wasn't here during the time. That was during the interim's time.
So are we basically being told that the process was incorrect?
No, that's for competitive contracting. For professional services, which is what our attorneys are, among other
Correct.
professional services, you do not have to do it by competitive contracting. You
Okay.
can, but you do not have to do it by competitive contracting. You can do a fair and orderly process. You can use an RFP process as a part of a fair and orderly process, just to have a systematic way of going about it. But there's an exception to the public school contracts law for professional services. So what Mr. Curie is referring to, having to pass a resolution, is if you are doing something under the public school contracts law that requires competitive contracting. So it's an incorrect statement to say that it was violative of the law or not done properly. Doesn't mean that you can't vote and approve to follow the RFP process, but it's incorrect to say that you have to do it by way of competitive contracting.
So to your explanation, can we not just continue? We have multiple attorneys who have responded.
I don't think we can call them
Can we not just
RFPs.
go through that process?
I think
'Cause
that
we hadn't got to that point yet. So I'm not sure why we need to go through the whole RFP process. That's what I'm trying to understand. Why do we need to go through that process when we have attorneys waiting?
I've said it.
We haven't discussed it,
I've
they
said it.
haven't been
I'm not
interviewed, but we
explaining
have
anything
a number already.
done. If
So
they
I'm
wanna do
just
it, you do it.
curious as to know why.
Okay.
Angela, I believe it's right now, it isn't AJ's decision. This is for us to decide as a board our path forward. And I think the fastest way to get there.
But I'm trying to understand the process.
Okay.
as to
Mrs.
why.
Jolly.
So the original RFP, had a start date of January 1st, which is incorrect. By issuing a new RFP, we'd have a cleaner process. We could potentially get other firms who have not applied. We could answer the question of pricing because the firms will come back with their pricing. So I think, number one, it may actually relieve Mr. Juskowitz from having to reach out to the firms, wait for a feedback, et cetera, et cetera. And then, and if the only thing that's holding us back is because we might look unprofessional because we might have contacted them before, if they want the job, they will apply and we'll have a clean process and with the right dates and with the latest firms that are willing to make their bids.
So can I have the floor?
Yes. Mrs.
So
Stanley.
I would like to say that's all true. We can do another RFP, we can have them reapply, and they could also put their rates up. Or
Sure,
they
it's
could
a,
not reapply and we only have two candidates and we don't have as much.
sure,
to
it's
go
a
with.
free country. Anything can happen.
Speculate on what they will do. Let's initiate the
But that's what I'm
process.
saying, it's either way, right? Like, we can go either way. There's no reason we have to do this. You haven't given me a reason.
Mrs. Jolly.
So, by the same token, right, they can come back, if they were going to raise their rates, they're not obligated to give us the rates in their RFP. They could also come back and say, no, the pricing doesn't hold. So that's why it's just a cleaner way just to, put it out there and have them come back with whatever their latest rates are, see who we have. If there's only two that come back, then AJ's outreach would probably yield the same result. So it's saving him work while we collect them. So he's not calling them. He has to
We
outreach.
have an RFP already there. I gotta insert the dates and do all that other stuff. So
Okay.
it's not.
I'm not
All right,
making
we're
up-
going to
I'm
end
not
discussion.
making up
Oh,
a
sorry.
reason. I'm just saying this would be a clean way to get a new RFP with the most current list of candidates at the most current prices.
Mrs. Penna, last.
So
comment.
very quickly, so how will this then impact the timeline? Because I know with regards to the process, it takes a while.
This
to
will
get the
extend our
RFPs,
timeline.
So
It also would extend our timeline because we now have a superintendent search firm. We have an interim superintendent to look for. We now have an RFP out for attorney and we still have the architect. So we are pushing the ball down the road.
so does that potentially mean that we could not have an attorney come?
The end of June.
June.
Correct. And then we would have to hire per day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mrs. Bradford, can you maybe explain that a little bit? Because the whole point of issuing the RFP now is that there's certain process and certain timelines associated with it that would get us to a point where we would have an attorney by the end of this school year.
I'm not sure of the exact days. I think it's a 60-day turnaround. I would have to look that up to be sure.
No, it's about 40.
So,
40?
right, because the last RFP was issued in September with an October end date. So I think, if
30, 40 days.
yeah.
30, 40 days.
So I
Okay.
think that's why I think it's important that we do this now so that we don't run into, into time issues.
Mrs. Jolly, would you restate your motion, please?
I can't do it correctly. So I'm making a motion to, for the board to issue an RFP for, professional services of an attorney for the period, beginning July 1st, 2024 through June 30th of 2025.
And I second it.
So there's a motion for the board to issue an RFP for professional services beginning July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025
For attorney.
for attorney, sorry. Okay. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Jolly,
Yes.
Ms. Akiri,
Yes.
Dr. Forger,
Yes.
Mr. Hyman,
No.
Ms. Khanna,
Yes.
Ms. Penna, Ms. Stanley, Ms. Bradford.
No.
So we have 4 yeses and 4 nos. Motion fails.
May I have a motion for adjournment?
Wait.
Hang on, Gail, you also had number 4 on new business,
Oh, I'm
just the
sorry.
dates for CSA.
I'm sorry. The search CSA search dates for the search firms, and I think Mrs. Jolly brought this up, and Mr. Jeskowitz, you are reaching out to those search firms to come up with a date.
I have dates here available. Just so you know, 4M, their earliest date they had was March 27th. Then they had April 8th, April 9th, and April 10th. McPherson, who's the other group, they were open with all their dates. Would it be easier if I just email these out?
Yes.
Yes.
Give us
the
overlap.
If you can tell us the
And taking out spring break.
Yes, definitely. I'll just email these out to the whole board.
So the one other part of this item was to actually, so we had a February 8th meeting that was scheduled for the purpose of discussing our process, right, of how we are going to go about the search. It morphed into a meeting for presentations, and then I think ultimately that was the March 7th meeting. That March 7th, I think that got canceled. So we still need a meeting, not just to hear the presentations, but we need a meeting to talk about our process.
I did send to Mrs. Khanna a preliminary rubric, and she was supposed to work on that, and she and I are supposed to work on that. We haven't got that developed yet.
That's right. Now that we are somewhere further ahead with the budget, we will go to the next step there. And I think I agree with, I think the point Natasha is making is the rubric is one part of it, what are we going to ask? What are we going to evaluate? And also just agreeing on the number of steps between now and what it takes to choose the firm.
Again, I would like to point out that most of these superintendent search firms are the same. The only difference is in the price and maybe a little bit of who is doing the consulting and who would be our person. And I know Dr. Forger had some things that he looked at, and I did look at those, Dr. Forger, as requested. So there's not much difference, but the real work begins once we
Choose
find,
somebody. I
and
agree.
then we can tailor it. We can say, we want this many public meetings with our community, with our staff, with this. These are the characteristics we're looking for, and we can have this process stretched out. So the process of picking a search firm seems to me to be moot because they're all basically the same. If we get a feeling for one or the other, looking at price and then move forward. We are just pushing it down the road again by having another meeting to get a process to get a search firm.
Doesn't have to be a separate meeting. We can have the conversation when these firms come and present. So we will wait for you to come back with whatever is the date. I want to throw out the public meeting for the budget also on the list of things that we need to come back with is a date. So depending on what happens with this, we will need to schedule a different date for that meeting. So I just want to put it out there.
The other thing I think to put those dates for that search firm in there is to probably discuss or describe what those search firms do, hands-on or hands-off. And having that discussion with New Providence, they elected to have somebody hands-off. They wanted to be involved. Here, I don't know whether you wanted having hands-on and having the help, with what we see is going on. You may want to have that help in here. So, and the second way that it's going about is you have the four that I've seen, you have two people, school boards, and there's another person that's in there that are not associated with superintendents. They're an outside group looking in, and they're kind of the hands-off type of group. And then you have two sides that are superintendents that have close working relationships with them, who can go and recruit those individuals to come here. So you got to look at it in those respects, and I will put that in that email along with those dates. You can decide on what you're looking for based on that information.
Can I just say why we need a separate meeting, Dipti? At the reorg, we wanted to, it's already March. We haven't decided on how many meetings we might need. So I don't want to we came here at 6 o'clock today. Every meeting this year, we have been.
Some of us did.
I did.
Point of order, Mrs. Akiri had the floor.
Continue, Mrs. Akiri.
No, I would like him to repeat it. I didn't understand what you said.
Mrs.
I said some
Akiri.
of us did. Some of us got the memo that the meeting started at 6. So usually, I don't know, when we get past 11, I get reminded, hey, it's late, stop talking.
Yeah.
So some of us came here at 6. I was
Yes.
correcting that.
Yeah, and some of us and all of us were not informed by the board president, with all due respect, that she's changing the time. She never asked for feedback from the board to
Mrs.
change the
Akiri,
time.
you have a point.
No, I have a point, and I would like not to be interrupted, like how Mr. Hyman did. I was basically stating something about the need for a separate meeting to discuss the process, and I don't want to be sitting here for so long. So at the reorg, what we added on as a special meeting has not yet happened yet. And it was moved with no reason given from February 7th to a different date. Then we got stuck with the snowstorm, and here we are on March, and we still can't have a separate meeting just to discuss the process.
Thank you very much for your comment.
And in future, Mrs. Bradford, I would really appreciate if you're planning to change the start time of a meeting, I would request that you can reach to all of us. You have our board email, you have our cell phone numbers.
Thank you for your
Thank
comment.
you.
I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn for this evening. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Thank you.